I screwed up. I had my old intro on. I had a quick intro for yesterday. There it was. Wow! Early stream. Why not? I don't give a shit anymore. I'm crashing out in my life. This is it. No. I saw no one was streaming and I just had nothing to do. And I may have to get up early for some stuff tomorrow, a couple housekeeping things. So I thought, well, just in case I have to go to bed early tonight, at least I get a solid 3-4 hour stream in if I start a little earlier. So why not? So apologies. That's the sort of shit you get here. There's my man Kurt. I was shitting on my man Kurt yesterday. I hope he doesn't take it. I hope you don't take it that way, Kurt. I was disagreeing with some stuff. Kurt's going to be a much bigger fan of the show tonight because all of you people that were like, Kurt's wrong, tonight I'm going to take Kurt's side and say, you're all a bunch of fucking idiots. So it should be good. Now I'm sure that we'll waffle. By the way, I used that term the other day. Is that not a term people use? Like waffling on something, like going back and forth? I don't know. Maybe that's just some Pittsburgh shit vernacular, being a yinzer. I don't know. Level 4 lobster's still working. Get a better job, man. What are you doing? I actually have a lobster story here. So my wife was helping my son get a bath, and sometimes he runs around like a maniac. So he has, obviously I'm not going to talk too much about stuff like that, but my son really likes, if he's in a pool or bathing or something, it's like sort of, he calls them potions. They're little like, you put water in them and it fuzzes out different colors and stuff, It's kind of neat. And then you can mix the colors. So if you have, so my son's like, getting ready for his bath, and all of a sudden my front door is just the loudest fucking knock I've ever heard. Boom, boom, boom. So my wife's like, get Hank into the bathroom. She's in there with him. I'm like, hello? Who's there? No answer. I crack the door. Hello? And so, if you imagine the way I have my door cracked, like it opens, like it's going to open this way. So I'm looking this way and I can't see. And so I assume, it must have been a package and someone left. So I was like, okay, I'll go get my shoes on. Boom, 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 boom. Like a cop knocking. So I go to my front window so I could get a better look because I couldn't see him out of the eye hole of the door. And there's just a UPS man. And I yelled really loud and cracked the door like, is anyone here? And he didn't answer. So finally I opened the door. Normally we have the same guy. I'm like, hey, what's up? He's like, oh, is this your address? I was like, yeah. He's like, okay. I was like, didn't you hear me yell? He's like, yeah, I was on my phone. Okay. Kind of odd. It's like, you don't think even if you're on the phone, you're like, yeah, UPS or something like that. I was like, damn. So, anyways, it all worked out. But I was like, you never know. One of the lefty lunatics coming to get me, Or maybe one of the right wingers now. It was Tucker Carlson beating on the door. Who knows? But hey, it all worked out. So, now as I said the first day, 2 days ago, the first night we talked about this attack on Iran, the most important thing is to content max. That's the important thing, right? Loss of life be damned. We have content. So I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you. Oh, Premonition, I got your message. I'll respond, I promise. I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you all to send in your super chats. And I am water maxing as we speak, though. I'm going to have to... I foolishly forgot to go fill up this jug so I can get my energy drunk. Normally I have 2.5 minutes during my intro video, but I slipped up and didn't have that one. Breathing loud maxing. I love that that's, a true criticism of me. I am a fat fuck that's out of shape with asthma. I do breathe loud. Sorry. Sorry about that. Plus, just a bit congested. So, send in your super chats. I promise we'll get to them all. Etc., etc. Diet's doing okay. Could be better. I've had a bad couple weeks, if I'm honest. Yeah, there you go. 100 Killers got the right idea. In fact, let's just read the super chats we have right now. Let's get it going right. We already have $13 in. We're 6 minutes in and already at 1%. So 99 times 6, we need 99 more percent. Let's do some math. 6 minutes got me 1%. Okay. So 6 times 99 more percent. Okay. At this rate, in only 9.9 hours, we'll reach the goal. Yeah, come on, beer guy. Not 10 hours, 9.9. Though I guess I've already done. Well, shit. That was actually an easier math problem than. Oh, fuck. What an idiot I am. I always make math more difficult than it needs to be in my head. Another sign that I'm not a very smart person. Like, sometimes when I'm driving, we'll just do I'll think of a math problem. Like a real world thing. And my wife will solve it like that. I'm like, how the fuck? And she'll be like, well, how are you figuring this out in your head? And I'll start to go through the process. She's like, no, what are you doing? That's so wrong. You're an idiot. Maybe I'll do a 10-hour stream. Who knows what tonight holds? Super chats. Triple X says, yay, we're Christian for $2. Yes. And 5 says, Exodus 14:14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Far be it from me to disagree with any words of the Bible. But I will say this. I think sometimes people take that the wrong way. Listen, I want to preface this by saying I am a neophyte when it comes to Christianity. I'm not trying to convince anyone that I'm correct. Talk to whoever your holy person is, your priest, your pastor, whatever. Please don't take biblical advice from me. But I will say this. I don't think, to me, it doesn't feel like God's intent was for us to just sit back and do nothing. And be like, well, it's not our place to worry about trying to make the world a better place. Just sit back, God will take care of it all. And I think sometimes people take a passage like this. Oh, just be still. God will take care of everything. No, we know the end. We know the end, right? The ending is we end up in the kingdom of heaven. That's our goal. But that doesn't mean that we don't try to make life here on this planet in our current situation better for ourselves, our family, and those that we care about. So Gavin Freena, $5 says, Rob, if you make me angry, I'm going to get mad. That's sort of the point, I think. Hunter Killer, $2 says, was going to spend time with my family, but Rob is on. There we go. Premonition, thanks, $5 says, wish I had more to help. Please, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jared Bird, $20, thank you. And then Level 4 Lobster. Courtney, get your man a refill. Yeah, I should do like Andrew. Courtney! Yeah, right. My wife is, look, all joking aside, people joke about this shit. My wife's tremendous to me. She really is. But she is downstairs. So for her to get me a drink, it would be like, she's downstairs hanging out with my son, getting him ready for bed. She's going to delay that to come get me a water. That's not going to happen. And then over on Rumble, McArago, $10 says, have money. Give me your opinion on new and shit. Today was a shitty day. Entertain me, please. News. Yes, I will. That's Dancing Monkey here. So I'm going to be a little scattershot and all over the place today, but the bulk of this is going to be complaining about the Trump administration and the Republicans with this war as well. Chris Elmer, thanks so much. Or Chris Selmer. $5, thank you. But I'm going to start with a couple things tangential to that that's not exactly that. So don't think I'm a liar based on the title of my video. First is, I saw this post that someone made on X, and it was like, every commentator online sells out that's like streaming because they're doing it for money. And I thought, what a stupid thing to say. Like, you're right. You should ask yourself, what are people's motivations in giving you their opinions? I mean, that makes sense in anything. But the idea that any time that there's a potential for money to be changed hands, that automatically means that the person is lying or bullshitting is just absurd. For example, am I well aware of the fact that a mechanic might bullshit me to get me to pay for extra work that my car doesn't need? Of course, money's being exchanged. There's an incentive. But I also know some very trustworthy mechanics who I've been going to for years that I trust don't do that. You know? Everyone, well, let me take that back. Not everyone has a job, but many people have a job, and part of that is they get paid. Does that mean you can't trust them for what they're saying? You know, I think that there's a healthy amount of skepticism when but one of the laziest arguments to me is, and I'm not saying I've never made this argument. I'm sure I have. But they're like, well, who's paying you? So this will segue into my next section here. Guy yesterday, very concerned, and sends in a super chat and kept talking about it in the chat, that Mossad was arrested in Qatar for trying to blow up buildings in Qatar. And this came from a Tucker Carlson segment. And apparently, I'm reading the tea leaves here, but it seems like the implication is, Israel's trying to make shit even worse in these countries like Qatar or Saudi Arabia. So yes, Iran's sort of sending some bombs, but really, it's Mossad on the ground blowing shit up. Seemed to be the implication. And, I just said, I listened to the Tucker segment and full disclosure, I like Tucker. I do. I listened to the segment and I was like, there's no proof. Tucker even says it's not been announced or anything, but trust me, it happened. Okay, just what? On blind faith? And then the government of Qatar, how do you say it? Qatar or Qatar? Whatever, they'll say it how the fuck I want. They come out today and they're like, yeah, no, we didn't do that. We didn't arrest any Mossad agents. We arrested some Iranians. Now, that's one of the reasons that, I know people the past couple days, a lot of people that traditionally support me that have been angry at me have sort of questioned me when it comes to specific arguments, asking for specific amounts of proof. Kaj Patel lied in front of Congress. Okay, give me the clip that you want me to look at. Here's the clip. Yeah, I don't think that this is a provable lie. Oh, so you're saying that you don't think that Jeffrey Epstein ever trafficked people to anyone else? That's not what I said. It's not what I said at all. I said, based on the clip you just sent me, I have not seen proof that Kaj Patel's lying. For example, that there were other people that were trafficked underagers too. I would assume it probably happened. The problem is, from the perspective of this administration, where's the evidence that you're looking at? And people are like, it's in the files. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you that I read 3 million files. But over and over again, the people that are most critical of Trump and most vocal about this Epstein story, I've asked them over and over, can you show me the best evidence of these things? And it's nothing that they've shown me. I'm not saying it doesn't exist in the files. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. And so when you make the claim, I've seen the files, I know that they say this, I'm like, cool, can you show me that portion of it? Well, I assume it's in the redacted portion. Do you see the issue? Now, you might think, yeah, but come on, Rob. You don't think that if Epstein was trafficking women to himself, that he wasn't trafficking to other women? Yeah, he probably was. I agree. But that's not the issue. The issue is, what can you prove? You can't just have I have plenty of problems with Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. I do. But I also am at least reasonable enough to know that they can't just come out and be like, well, we have an open warrant for someone. Surely someone was trafficked too. So we're just going to throw people in jail and sort out the details later. That's not really the way it works. See? Read the files. And that's the sort of response you get. No, it's in there. Trust me. Read the files. There you have it. So, but it's like this with the Tucker thing where it's like, I'm not even saying that it's not a potentiality. In fact, I'll almost guarantee it. Mossad's had fucking people doing shitty stuff. Basically, what would be tantamount to acts of terrorism, particularly in the Arab world. Yeah, I figured, Thomas. I got you. I know you well enough. I figured it was a joke. But you see the point. It's like, well, okay, here's a specific claim. What am I supposed to do with this? And by the way, it's the same with anything, again, people I don't like. Like the Epstein files would say shit like, an anonymous report to the FBI said that, Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z and Bill Clinton did something. It's like, what am I supposed to do with that? Like, it's just an anonymous allegation. Maybe they did, but I can't operate based on like, oh yeah, I know that shit's true. So that's it. So now on this part with Tucker, though, you get the point. But I'm also not going to say, well, this is because Tucker, gets paid by special interest against Israel. That's why he's making these claims. Could be, but that's not an argument I'm making. And, we've had these discussions before with left-wingers that I'm not exactly the biggest fans of. Like, the whole progressive victory PAC thing. Look, I think ethically, if you're getting paid by a political PAC to give commentary, you should announce it. But I'm not prepared to say, oh, well, you've changed your opinions because you're getting paid. The only person I said that about really was Connor. But he admitted to taking money, but that money is the most important thing to achieve his political goals. So, but anyways, I thought that comment was interesting. Don't trust any political commentators. Anyways, I'm done talking unless you all send me money. Some more super chats real quick. Zepoliba, $5 says, here's some dope before I get labeled a war hawk and angrily leave. There you go. You goober. Nah. Flavius, $50 says taxes went up. What a hero. $50. Thank you. The great AJC, $5 says they're looking for a continuum transfunctioner. It's a very rare, mysterious, and powerful device, and its mystery is exceeded only by its power. Oh. Nice. Our good friend Byron over on Rumble, $5 says, for the grift, nuance matters. If you're keeping to your principles as best as possible, feel no shame. Hope you got your books, brother. I don't think they've came yet, but I will check. Byron was sending me some books, and yeah, it's a long story, but basically I have a P.O. box for just such things, and I went, and I think they gave, my key for my P.O. box was on my wife's car that I totaled back in, like, the fall. I hit a deer, so I didn't think about it, but when they came and picked up the car, I just gave them the key, and I forgot that my mail key was on there, so I went back in, and I think they gave me the wrong mailbox. So they're like, oh, yeah, you got a bunch of shit in your P.O. box. So now they're dealing with it because I'm like, I don't know, man. Most of it's junk mail. So anyways, it should be coming directly to my house. All right, let's give you some commentary that maybe you haven't heard elsewhere. Now, what I want to do tonight is, to start with, and we'll see where the show goes, are there people in the chat right now that support this intervention? In other words, you don't have to be ashamed. Call it as it is. You're like, yeah, I ultimately right now think this was a good idea to attack Iran. Okay, we got a couple. I think my audience is probably 70%. Well, I think it's probably like this. 50% say yes, 25% say no, and the other 25% are like, I'm sort of on the fence, is what I think. Yeah, it could be you support it for any reason, because you hate Iran, because you just support Trump. Okay. Best move. Okay. Yeah. Now, I'll start off by saying what my position is. We're going to spend 5 minutes rehashing the previous 2 days of stream. My position is, on a scale of 1 being the worst thing that Trump could ever do, 5 being neutral, and 10 being the best thing Trump could ever do, I put this at about a 4. I don't like it. Now, it could get worse if it progresses to boots on the ground, if it drags out for months and months and years. Obviously, then my opinion of it goes down. If we find out that the evidence that they're claiming to justify the attack was totally fabricated, obviously my opinion goes down. The reason I put it a 4 is, at my core, I don't trust our intel agencies and the interventionist conflicts that they've had in my adult life, which has been basically since 2002 and onward. I think that we need more focus at home rather than on foreign policy stuff. I think that ultimately, most of the time, that doesn't benefit the people of America that I care about. It's too easy to lie about this shit. And that it's quite possible could lead to more expansive conflicts that lead to Americans and others dying. However, what I was trying to do is say, okay, we know very little at the beginning of a conflict. We know what people are claiming. Right? But I'm telling you right now, and I got shit for this opinion, so this is shit opinion 1 I got. How dare you just not say you know what's going on? I mean, I'm just being honest. Again, even today, I'm looking at stories on social media. Now, you can see when, like, Keir Starmer says something, or when Trump says something, or Marco Rubio says something. Okay, I'm not saying they're telling the truth, but I could, if someone says, did you see that Trump said X? I could look and see that. But when it comes to, like, look at this building in Qatar that Iran just blew up. Did they? Is that current footage? Was it Iran? Could it have been another I don't know. Right? And oftentimes, and the quintessential example is, still I see people on both sides of the ledger saying that the opponents blew up this girls' school in Iran. The people that are against the war, like the United States or Israel did this. The people that are for the war said this was Iran trying to fire missiles back, and they did it. I don't know the truth. I'm just telling you, I have no clue. Yeah, you see, average debate enjoyer. War. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to do is say this. Okay, the best I could do for myself and for my audience is to do this. Let you know where I stand right now. And then say, as we get more information, if we get more information, what would cause me to change my current opinion? Well, there's a lot of things that could make me think this was even worse. For example, if it comes out that this was just absolute bullshit, that Iran wasn't trying to get a nuclear weapon and somehow the evidence comes out to my satisfaction to prove that, yeah, that lowers my opinion of this. They weren't involved in an assassination attempt. Yes, that lowers my opinion of this, of course. But what are the potential things that could make me say that this was more justified? Well, of course, there's how it plays out. I mean, it wouldn't mean it's justified, but my opinion of the intervention would increase if good things occur as a result of it. Let's say it ends tomorrow. A guy takes over in Iran and's like, yes, the old regime was terrible. Now we're going to take over here. No more bombs need fly. Trade opens up. No more people die. It's like, okay. If and you can see in the future for 20 years, we never have another problem with Iran. Okay. Right? But as far as the reasoning for it, I was just looking at the potential things that I would find reasonable. I do not find it a persuasive argument, for example, that, the people of Iran will be happier. I don't much give a shit. I think it's worth mentioning. But as far as, so what's the justification here? That the United States should take out the leadership of any country that has less than 50% approval? That's going to be a lot of bombing. So that I'm not so interested in. I'm interested in, how did this directly affect the American people? Why was it justified? And so things like because they were trying or they had tried to assassinate Trump, or because they were trying to build a nuclear weapon, which they would then use to attack with or use as a shield to allow terrorism to continue. Those sorts of things, okay, if evidence would come out to my satisfaction to prove that stuff, that would be the stuff that I would say this could take me from not really liking this to, okay, even though I'm not happy, I see that it was justified. See the difference? Of course, a lot of people in the audience can't handle that. And they're like, nope, that means Rob's saying he really likes this. No, I'm not. Because the next step is saying, okay, has it been sufficiently proven to me that Iran was trying to get a nuclear weapon and use it? No. Has it been sufficiently proven to me that Iran was responsible for assassination attempts? No. Hasn't. That's why my current opinion is, no, I don't like this. I've been lied to too many times. I merely was taking the time to go through and let people know. Because 3 weeks from now, we're going to have new claims, new evidence. And what's the lens of which I'll evaluate that? Now, I will take a moment to mention, someone did put a little bug in my ear that noted attorney Pisco brought me up on his live stream last night and said, oh, Rob hated John Bolton and he hated the neocons. And so now instead of saying I hate this, he's just saying, look, I don't like it, but it could turn out good. Well, first off, that's rich coming from someone like Pisco, a guy whose entire fucking shtick for 4 years was, oh my God, the evil insurrectionist, that by his definitions, we see insurrections several times a week done by left-wingers that are supported by left-wing politicians. And he's like, I didn't catch that. I haven't really looked into that. I don't know. I guess I'll have to look into. So you can see where he's coming from. Unlike him, what I'm willing to do is give my honest opinion and criticize, not for him, for people like him and like the left-wingers. They could fuck off. I owe them nothing. I'm concerned about the people that aren't partisan hacks like that. People on the left, I really don't give a shit. Do not give a shit what someone like they think. Fuck them. I owe them no answers. However, you can see the difference between me and so many of those people on the left that just carry water for their side until it no longer matters. I'll do it the opposite way. I was one of the biggest supporters of Biden trying to pull out of Afghanistan. Yes, he did it. And whatever you say, Trump didn't. Now, the way in which Biden did it was horrible. But the idea of pulling out, I thought was great. Someone's going to clip that. Rob says pulling out's great. Get married, have children, What I'm saying here is, I didn't like the first bombing of Iran by Trump here. I didn't like the Maduro situation. But what I'm doing is saying, I'm also being realistic and saying, look, if it ends up in a situation like the Iran or the Iraq war, yeah, you're fucking right. I'm going to be like, this was ridiculous. It was terrible. If it ends up like Afghanistan, yes. Oh my goodness, don't say that. Oh, now the pressure's on. But I'm just trying to give my honest opinion. Just because I'm not a partisan hack that always plays 100% my team, like so many of those shitheads on the left. Oh, yeah, but at the end, on the last day when Biden pardoned people, I was against that. Oh, fuck you. Bunch of people that lied about Biden's cognitive decline that are now going to sit there and demand other people be held to standards that they themselves are unwilling. Fuck you. I don't care what you think. I'm at least trying to criticize my side when I think it goes against my principles. Yeah. Super against like illegalities by the FBI. When they did it to Trump, it was regrettable. So, yes, it's true. Biden had cognitive decline. So anyways, that's where we're at. So what I want to do tonight, I want to try to convince those of you that think this was a good attack why you're wrong. That's what I want to do tonight. And I want to do it in a way that's maybe arguments you haven't heard. Of course, I could say things like, we've been lied to before, right? We don't have proof that Iran did these things. It could lead to conflict with China. All those are true. Gas prices could shoot up, could lead to boots on the ground. All those are good arguments. But I want to at least initially focus on an argument I haven't heard anyone make and see if I can convince you all, like, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yes, there'll be a lot of yelling about Jewish folks. No, not really. So that's what we're going to start with. We're going to jump into that. And you probably are going to think I'm insane. You're probably going to be like, I think Rob's connecting dots that I don't see. But hey, let's find out, shall we? But first, Shauna Carmody, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate it. Baxter Boy for $5. Thank you. Left-handed Assassin, $5. I really appreciate it. Triple X, another $5. Thanks. Says, wonder how many people would be pro-war if they would automatically get enlisted into it. Blasterbot, 9 months. Says, I'm lukewarm on it, but I'll root for the Army. Well, yeah, and here's the deal. I am unabashedly pro-America. If Joe Biden got us into a war, I might despise Joe Biden. And yet, I'm going to cheer for my troops, for my country, every day of the week. And hope that it ends up as best as possible, even if I disagreed with it. So that's certainly a baseline. That's my position. So, Courtney, $5 says, you're the only thing keeping my family together up. I really hope you're being sarcastic, because my goodness, that's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure keeping my family together, so... Wicked Wally, $5 says, Rob, my good buddy, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm here for you to give takes and unleash the fire on lame comments. Here's the money for it. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes I feel bad, and other times it's like, no. Comments well deserved. So, Rob ain't fighting this war. Really? You think? They could give me a drone. Oh, I could. But yes, you are correct. I won't be over there fighting. That is true. So, I think that the criticisms that I want to start with, one you've sort of heard, and the other is going to be new. The same thing I said with Venezuela and I said with the first Iran strike applies even more now. Even if you think, so let's say for a second, for the sake of argument, I will concede Iran really bad, trying to get a nuclear weapon, had to be stopped. Even if, let's start there, okay? Even if you agree with that, is this the appropriate timing? I am of the opinion that Donald Trump is spending way too much time on foreign policy. And as such, he's expending political capital, and it's leaving us wanting back home. That's what I believe. When I hear Donald Trump say things like, well, we're not going to deport all the illegals, a lot of them are hardworking. When I see the fact that we're not putting pressure on things like the SAVE Act, that infuriates me. Those issues are more directly affecting my family than Iran. The same as Venezuela. And I don't think that there is any way that you could look at the past 4 months of the Trump administration and say that their primary focus hasn't been foreign policy. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't mean that they weren't doing stuff on the domestic issue. And I also understand the other argument, which is, well, the way our system's set up, presidents have more leeway with foreign policy, where they could operate outside the scope of the courts and Congress. Back home, they tend to need Congress more, and Congress ain't playing ball. I mean, you're not going to find anyone more anti-Congress at this point, especially the Republicans, than me. I think they're intentionally sabotaging Trump, particularly in the Senate. So I get it. It's hard for Trump to do stuff back home compared to foreign policy-wise. But I think that argument should stand true. So, for example, if you're someone who thinks that there is cheating in elections and the SAVE Act, voter ID and being a U.S. citizen are paramount to making sure that that stuff ends. This attack on Iran makes that less likely, at least by the midterms. Because it's going to take a lot of political capital and a lot of oxygen out of the room. That's the truth. And this is something I've been saying for months, because I was saying, like, for example, the Republican Congress, what have they done? And the problem is, campaign season gets longer and longer. So particularly in the House of Representatives, where you're up for re-election every 2 years, basically after 1 year, you're in campaign mode. Maybe there's going to be a primary against you. Maybe you're starting fundraising or something for your election that's coming up. So the time to strike for key domestic issues was the first year, when you have the presidency, the House, and the Senate. And to be fair, the Republican Congress basically did jack shit. Big, beautiful bill, some tax cuts. They filed a resolution condemning socialism. Yay! Repassed the same CR that Democrats had in 2024. They didn't enshrine border security. They didn't enshrine Doge cuts. In fact, quite the opposite. They kept funding some of the very same institutions that Doge showed us were fraudulent. And I said, if you think that all of a sudden they're going to have a change of heart and have more time to accomplish this stuff come their second year, you got another thing coming. Now, we're going to have Trump less focused on potentially applying pressure to them because the continuing escalations in Iran. Now, I know alone this ain't going to convince hardly anyone. Because here's the counter argument. This is what people are going to say. Yeah, but he can do both things. Trust me. This is very popular in his party. This won't, political capital, blah, blah, blah. No. Look, I totally understand the Trump supporters that are becoming black-pilled, that are more akin to my ideology, which is sort of like a populism. What have we got? The neocons that hated Trump in 2016, they've got everything they fucking wanted. Everything. Every foreign policy decision that the neocon wing of the party wanted, they're getting exactly that. I could handle that if you're like, and here are the significant gains that are coming. Here's how we've secured elections. Here's how we've outed corruption in significant ways. But we're not really getting that. It's like our priorities, the core base of Trump, to me, MAGA at its core was this. The very first, sort of MAGA people were people that are like, we are average people that feel like this system has fucked us over, and that the Republican Party and the Democrat Party don't give a shit about us. And it's corrupt, and we want people that say, we love America, and we love the American people and the blue-collar worker, and we're going to stand up for them and get rid of this corruption. That's MAGA. And part of that is, we're tired of fucking foreign wars. We're tired of fucking politicians enriching themselves while refusing to do, in fact, worse than refusing to do things that their base wants, actively subverting it. We're tired of it. Now, how do you look at people like them, of myself, which I would include one of them, and say, well, this Iran thing right now was the most important thing. We're going to have to put everything else on hold. I'm sorry. I understand when it comes to practicality. It's not so easy to drain the swamp. It's not so easy to get shit passed if people in your own party and the other party refuse to go along with it. I get it, but there are things you could do to apply pressure. I'm not saying that Trump hasn't been better than other presidents. Sure. All the more reason to criticize this lost opportunity of once more focusing on foreign policy and regime change. So I get it. So to you, I say, if you're like, look, I find myself in the, I wanted the swamp to be drained and all that and blah, 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 but I still think this was a good idea to attack Iran. What if it cost you the SAVE Act? Still think it was necessary? Now, I'm not saying that it was a guarantee that the SAVE Act was going to get passed, but Trump could have applied a ton of pressure. Fuck you. This is the issue. That's it. I ain't signing shit that comes out of Congress until you guys vote on the SAVE Act. And instead now he's going to be embroiled in this. And I think you're mistaken if you think it's only going to be a week or two. I think at best it's going to be a month or two. At best. There we go. The cat calms down after I'm yelling for a while. Let's say this is true. Evil regime. Cool, I'll concede it. Damage they've done. Right. Couldn't deal with it after the midterms? After the SAVE Act? Why is it that every single issue, foreign policy, is always first and foremost? Bro, you don't understand. Maduro, we got to do something about him. Bro, you don't understand. Khomeini, we got to do something about him. When do we get to the domestic agenda? We moving on to Xi next? Kim Jong-un? Where we heading next? That'll be the, trust me, this dude was evil, okay? I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at some point, when it's always, this guy, look, here's a bad dude. We got to deal with that first. There's no shortage of bad dudes in positions of leadership across the world. When do we get to dealing with domestic issues? When do we get to that? Had that happened, had the SAVE Act been passed, millions more have been deported, I'd probably be like, okay. I mean, this guy's busting his ass. He's got all this shit done domestically. I understand the Republican base is huge. There's priorities that other voters had, foreign policy stuff. Doesn't mean I have to like it, but okay, that's not enough. Got it. Here's the part I haven't heard anyone say. You think the SAVE Act's going to get passed? Let's before you answer that. Do you think Trump wants the SAVE Act passed? And for those that don't know, if you don't pay attention, basically the SAVE Act just says you have to have voter ID and prove that you're a citizen to vote. So I think to the question of, yeah, Trump wants the SAVE Act passed. I agree. I think he does. And then the second question is, do you think, even before attacking Iran, do you think it would have passed? So we agree Trump wants it passed. Next question. Do you think even before the Iran attack, would it pass? Pretty much, people have the same, I think the majority of people answer those questions the same as me. Yeah, Trump wants the SAVE Act passed. And no, it wasn't going to pass. Because the truth is, there are a handful of senators in the Republican Party that don't want it passed. And so even if they voted to remove, if you could snap your fingers and the filibuster would be removed and there was a vote tomorrow, it wouldn't pass. And I've been talking about it for months here. The Republicans, these key Republicans, they like the filibuster because then they're able to hide and they don't have to show their face. Oh, you know, hey, it would have got passed. Was it for those evil Democrats? What's the relation between the SAVE Act and Iran? I'm glad you asked. Third question. Do you think that the Republican senators that are holding up the SAVE Act liked the attack on Iran. Do you think that the Republican senators that liked the SAVE Act, or that are holding up the SAVE Act, liked the attack on Iran? I do too. I absolutely think they do. I think they're the neocon establishment wing. All right, we have one person that says no. Now that we have all those questions answered, let me tell you what the attack on Iran has to do with the SAVE Act. One, as we've already talked about, it sucks up political capital. So it's less time and energy and political capital that Trump could be putting in to forcing the Republican Senate to do what he wants, particularly on the SAVE Act. But secondly, isn't Trump the art of the deal man, the master negotiator? Why wouldn't he go to these Republicans and say, listen, we ain't doing shit about Iran until you guys pass the SAVE Act. You want intervention in Iran? Okay. You guys are going to pass the SAVE Act. Yeah, there's a handful. Rand Paul, maybe Mitch McConnell. Why wouldn't he do that? Why wouldn't you use this as a bargaining chip? Here's something that all of you neocons want. You know what, neocons? Here's some shit our populists want. So why don't we, if you want us to give you what you want, and again, I'm talking to all of you that say this was a good attack. Yes, we should have done this because Iran's evil, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's assume, let's concede for the sake of this argument that, okay, fine, great. Why would you just give it away? Why would you give it away? Why wouldn't you say, no, 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 no? You want this? Something you've wanted for years? Okay. Then you're going to give me part of my agenda. You're going to be more expansive on deportations. You're going to enshrine Doge cuts. How about this? You're going to allow recess appointments so I can get some of my people that I want appointed in. What if that's what happened? Well, my guess is it's not what happened. And I think the proof will be in the pudding, as you'll see them not give him recess appointments and not pass the SAVE Act. If that's what happened, I think it's a shrewder move on Trump's point. But if it's not, does that change any of your minds that are like, actually, this was a good attack? Really? Giving the neocon, formerly never Trumpers, everything they want without asking for anything in return. Now, to the anti-war people, you might be saying, that's fucking grotesque. How could you suggest going to war as a bargaining chip? I don't disagree with that. But for the people that are saying this is a good thing, why wouldn't you get more of a good thing? Can I show you evidence of what? Okay, I'll show you evidence. Republicans haven't passed the SAVE Act. John Thune today admitted that they're going to leave a couple Republicans there so that there's not recess appointments. There's my proof. Why would I care if he's appeasing neocons? Why do I give a shit? How's that benefit me? Here, neocons, we gave what we wanted. Thanks. Now, can we have voter ID? No. But hey, thanks. Thanks so much for giving us what we wanted. We're still big no. Oh, and what's your bargaining over us? Let's see, you've already given us everything we want. Yeah, no, we don't give a fuck about what you want now. I'm willing to accept this. I'm not going to get everything I want. The swamp is deep and vast, and politics is crooked in ways that some naive fat redneck like me, even though I look at it and I see it, I'll never understand. I'm still the kind of guy, if you shake my hand and tell me something, I believe you. And I'm starting to learn that the world's not like that, right? So even as slimy as I know politics are, even I could be naive from time to time. I get it. And if you have to roll around in the mud to get good shit passed, okay, I can accept that argument. But why aren't you fucking at least forcing them to roll in the mud a little too? Why just give them everything they want? Why? How about making them break a little to get what they want? What the fuck has Lindsey Graham done for the populist wing of MAGA? What's he done? What do the people like that? All they do is get everything they want over and over again. And then, when Republicans inevitably lose the midterm and Trump's second 2 years in his second term are spent fighting impeachment after impeachment and lawsuit after lawsuit, they'll say, "Oh shucks, we were going to get around to the SAVE Act, but now we just don't have the votes. We're going to get around to Doge cuts and securing the border. Now we don't have the votes. Ah shucks, who would have thought? But we are going to write some strongly worded letters. Anyways, can we agree to bomb some more people? Can we do that?" Trump doesn't need 60 votes for the SAVE Act. 60 votes would be necessary to suspend the filibuster. A, Republicans could change the rule. B, they could force a standing filibuster, which isn't changing the rules. They refuse to do either. They don't even need 51. All they need is 50. J.D. Vance would be the tiebreak. I mean, come on. It's not my fault I can't sound gayer. The blue slip tradition, which allows one senator in their home state to refuse to hear from potential nominees. It's not a law, it's just a tradition. Republicans happy with it. Trump has 0 recess appointments since August. Every other president has them, not Trump. He can't get his appointments through. Republicans are just like, ah, shucks. What can we do? And meanwhile, Trump's response to them is like, well, all right, this pisses me off. I'll show you fuckers. I'll give you everything you want. Now, how about that? And they're like, oh boy, you showed us. By the way, the answer is still no. Maybe if you give us more shit we want without negotiating with us first, we'll change our opinion, but probably not. Hey, have fun in prison, Trump, when they throw your ass in jail once you're out of office. Ha ha! The very people that hate Trump the most on the right wing side are celebrating the shit out of this attack. And that should cause you pause. Now, there's a bunch of other arguments why this attack could be bad. It could lead to boots on the ground, be very bad. Could lead to a spiraling conflict that leads to areas of the world led by China galvanizing against the United States, which would be bad. Could lead to gas prices going up long term, which would be bad. So your argument is you think the neocons are pissed. They're pissed that Trump gave them. Lindsey Graham's just putting on a really good acting job when he's out there gleefully busting fucking smiles. I was going to say busting something else. We'll leave it at that. I don't think so. I don't think he's that good of an actor. Are troop deployments likely? Maybe. They're talking about ships in the Straits of Hormuz, escorting ships now. Good chance one of those ships gets attacked. I don't think it's as simple as it may be that Israel forced us to do this. I think people overstate the Israel connection. If Israel is that powerful, can you name one policy that Trump's pushed for that Israel didn't force his hand? For example, Israel would obviously heavily be vested in the idea of having foreigners come to the United States and vote. So would they be upset that Trump was securing the border? No, clearly not, because Israel's got blackmail on him or something. So clearly Israel had to be okay with the stopping of the illegal immigrants. Why? Israel's all powerful, apparently, so that every policy they want is completely, without question, done by the United States. But any policy that people like, that individuals like, they'll say, well, that's the one that Israel didn't have a hand in. Was Israel running the show when Obama sent pallets and Biden sent pallets of cash to Iran? Or was that the anti-Israel position? Somehow Obama and Biden burst free of the Israeli influence. What was that? Well, my analysis doesn't miss out on Maduro. How does that have anything? What you're saying is irrelevant. It's a red herring. My point is, neocons wanted this. Why not force them to give you something? You're like, yes, but what about Maduro being on U.S. soil? Okay. How does that responsive to me saying neocons wanted the attack in Iran? Are you saying neocons would have wanted the attack in Iran until Maduro was on U.S. soil, and now they don't want the attack on Iran? What is the connection to neocons wanting or not wanting an attack on Iran based on Maduro being in the United States? I don't get the connection. Yes, 2 minutes ago I was talking about the neocons keep magically getting what they want, but Israel has barely any influence. One, I didn't say Israel has barely any influence. I think they have influence. Much of their influence goes in the same agendas that the neocons want, right? The neocons clearly have influence in the United States. For example, Israel can lobby and shit, but they're going to have a largely difficult time influencing the SAVE Act compared to the actual Congress people that get to vote on the SAVE Act. Rob, Trump doesn't need neocons with Maduro. What exactly are the Democrats going to run on? They're going to run on Orange Man bad. And the Republicans that are in office, whether they win or lose the midterms, aren't going to do Trump's agenda. They're not going to enshrine legislatively a secure border. They're not going to enshrine legislatively Doge cuts. They're not going to enshrine legislatively the SAVE Act. So who cares if they win if they're not doing those things? If your argument's right, that implies Democrats have already lost the midterms. Why? Because Maduro. that would make you the only person in the country I've heard make that argument. I have not heard anyone say Democrats are doomed in the midterms because Trump got Maduro. I haven't heard that. I can't even see. I'll say this. I know plenty of conservatives personally that don't like this attack in Iran. I know plenty that are pissed about things like the economy, deportations, and stuff like that. I don't know one person, not one, that was like, you know what? I wasn't going to vote for Republicans and Trump, but now that we got Maduro, I am. I don't know one. I know that's anecdotal, but oh, so you're like, here we go. So the argument's Maduro's going to spill the beans 90 days from out the election. Democrats know this, so they've just shrugged their shoulders and thrown up their hand. They're like, that's it. Maduro's going to come out and say, yes, everyone's going to jail. All the Democrats are going to jail. They stole the election. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like some QAnon shit. I'm not saying there's not a potential for Maduro to cooperate on something, but I'm not putting my faith in QAnon level conspiracy like that. Nope. And then let's read a couple of super chats, right? FDNY, $10 says, I was driving home today and it really hit me. The reason our foreign policy game's strong is because the All-Stars are on that side, whereas the domestic side sucks, like Noam and Bondi. Yeah, I mean, Rubio and Vance are good. Noam and Bondi do suck. Don Lemon, $5 says, Trump has sided with neocons, illegals, Democrats, and lefties more than MAGA. Ted's channel says, $5. I sound like Hassan and Fuentes. When did I become a third worldist? Overthrowing despots is based. So if you're keeping track at home, yesterday I was a Zionist shill. Today I sound like Hassan, and I'm a third worldist. I'm an Iranian shill. Right? I'm very good. It's very good. It's very awesome to be a shill for Israel and Iran at the same time. It's great. I'm on the payroll of Hezbollah and fucking Mossad. Amazing. Double dipping. Maybe if you all send more super chats in, I wouldn't have to shill for fucking Israel and Iran, right? Rob Pikerfield. Ah. I'm just for sell to the highest bidder, huh? James, $5 says, I thought the war was going to be over when the DJAI dropped 1,000 points on the 47,000 range this AM, but it closed above 48,000. So Trump's ego is okay. Yeah, you know, a lot of the claims about like how expensive gas is going to get and shit. I don't know. I don't know that it'll get as bad as people are saying. Rob doesn't think you can do anything you want with power because it might make people you hate men. No, that's Trump. That's why Trump won't just kick in the fucking doors and deport people and arrest the companies that employ illegals. That's Trump that won't do that. That's the Republicans that won't do that. Domestically, they got their big balls when it comes to interventions in Venezuela and in Iran, but back home here, their huge balls shrink up to the size of fucking peanuts. All of a sudden, they can't use power. And I get it. I get it. People like you are like, yeah, I'm fine with that arrangement. Big balls foreign. And home, though, I'm like, I don't want to upset anyone. Yeah, see? Who gives a fuck what he does back home? You overthrew 2 dictators in 2 months. Ha! Cool. Then why aren't we seeing millions upon millions of more deportations? If you don't care about pissing people off, right? But wait a minute. I thought your argument, if you have force, use it. I thought that was your argument. He has the power. It's almost like he's afraid to use it because he'll make people mad. Oh, now he can't use power. He doesn't have power. He needs Congress. You see? You see the tough guys? Kick in the fucking doors to Iran, motherfucker. Kick it in, motherfucker. We're America. We're Trump administration. We do whatever the fuck we want. Oh, what's that? Our voters? You want more deportations back home? Well, we can't do that. It might make some people mad. We have to ask Congress. We have to ask these district judges. Who the fuck's gonna stop us overseas? We're big fucking tough guys. We do whatever we want over here. We give the fucking neocons whatever they want. But back home, we just don't want to upset people. We can't suspend the filibuster because that would make people mad. We can't do recess appointment. That would upset people. It would make people mad. We can't declare the Insurrection Act. That would make people mad. Even though the courts have basically said we're legally allowed to declare the Insurrection Act, we can't do it. It would upset people. But yeah, we'll get those motherfuckers overseas. No one fucks with us. What, are you afraid to use force, motherfucker? Yeah, okay. Keep it straight. That's what I'm saying. Hey, man, if it's going to be big balls overseas, how about big balls back home? How about that to get the agenda passed back home? No, we can't do that. I got to watch left-wing fuckfaces riot against ICE on a daily basis and then have negotiations and this and that with them. We can't say, fuck you, motherfucker. Insurrection Act. Thune had to declare the Insurrection Act? I'm sorry, I missed that. I just showed you a message. The president has absolute power over the military, Rob. Domestic policy requires acts of Congress. Declaring the Insurrection Act, that requires an act of Congress? I missed that. Trump could have said, I refuse to sign anything out of the Senate, to do anything working with them whatsoever. We're going to highlight each and every one of them that refused to vote for the SAVE Act, like he's done on other issues. He spent more time going after Thomas Massie than those that are against the SAVE Act. He hasn't called them out. Fuck, we even have famously presidents like Andrew Jackson's like, I don't give a fuck, court could rule against me. Where's their military? They ain't gonna do shit. That sounded like big balls. That sounds like the type of president would be like, yeah, we don't give a fuck. We'll kick in the doors to other countries. We don't give a fuck. That's what you said. If you have force, use it. But back home, well, no. Well, if you have force, you can't use it because you have to capitulate to other things. Deporting more people does not require Congress. That's absolutely true. He could use his executive agencies to enforce the law against employers that are intentionally employing illegals. He seems very hesitant to do that. The point I'm trying to make is like this, like, oh, don't be a pussy, man. Don't be a pussy. We're America. We should just go into every country we think there's a dictator and overthrow him. Fuck him. Stop being a pussy. Why don't you want to use force? And I'm like, oh, can we use some of that force back home? Well, the thing about that is that would be difficult. There's courts and Congress, and we can't just use force. Yeah, but here's a bunch of things that legally they could do that would go further. Well, you don't want to make people upset. It could cost you the midterms. Maybe it's not as simple as I think. Like what parts? Maybe it's not as simple as Trump thinks, and this Iran conflict will be a fucking disaster. Maybe. But if I had to have my druthers on what I would like Trump to take a risk on fixing, domestic issues or Venezuela or Iran, I'd pick domestic. But I'm sure the foreign policy decision will be real simple. I'm sure this will be very smooth. There won't be any hiccups. Yeah, right. I said there is potential. Like, again, okay. And then I guess it's time to scrap the Fourth Amendment because what if someone's hiding something and we need to get into their private papers because they might be a terrorist that launched a dirty. So get rid of the Fourth Amendment, right? Otherwise, what if we all die in nuclear exchange? Same with the First Amendment. If we allow people to freely speak, what if it causes anger, which ends up leading to a civil war and people dying? So we got to get rid of that as well, right? Yes, you could always hypothetically say anything is justified because if not, there is a scenario that could result in some really bad deaths occurring. Therefore, anything's potentially justified. How's that responsive to me saying Trump could have been negotiating back home if people wanted this action to get things that the populist wing of his base want? It is undeniable that the primary focus of the Trump administration in the past 4 to 5 months has been what the neocons want. That's it. That's the truth. There's been very little on what the populist wing of it wants. And you're looking at me as a populist and going, yeah, but Rob, it might just be that the exact wish list of the neocons is the exact things that are the priorities. Maduro had to come first. Iran had to come next. And next will be Pakistan or whatever. That has to come before we can focus on domestic issues. And then when the clock runs out in 4 years and people go, what happened to the domestic agenda? We'll say, none of that shit matters. And guess what? The next 4 years, whoever the president is, there's going to be 4 more years of, but what if we don't take this guy out and they use a nuclear weapon? So we're going to have to deal with that first before we get to the domestic agendas. Rob, what if the intelligence said, did you watch the show yesterday? Did you watch the beginning of this show? What was a bad argument that I made? What's the reason for the Patriot Act, what I despise? We needed to fight terrorism because terrorism could have another 9/11 style attack. So therefore, your right to privacy has to go out the window. It's the exact argument they're going to make. We need to censor disinformation. You see Europe doing it right now. We need to censor disinformation because if we don't, it'll lead to terror attacks. Right-wing terror attacks is what's going to happen because of disinformation. Oh, okay, you're agreeing with me. Rubio said it was urgent. Yeah, I got you. I'll repeat myself again. My initial reaction is that I don't like this attack. The next step I say is, are there things that potentially could come about that would change my mind? For example, if there was evidence that Iran was on the cusp of getting a nuclear weapon and we're about to deploy it, yeah, I would say in that world, if I could see and believe that evidence to be true, I too would say we have to prevent that from happening. The problem is, I've yet to see evidence that sufficiently proves that to me. What I've seen is the exact same type of rhetoric to justify Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, Syria, the exact same type of bullshit that we've heard in all of these disastrous conflicts. The exact same thing. The exact same level of proof that I've been given with those things. That's what I'm seeing right now. And so I don't believe it. If Trump calls me tomorrow and says, Rob, come to the White House. Here's the evidence. And I say, holy fuck, this evidence is so compelling. How do I make sure it's not bullshit? Here, we have audio evidence. Here's fucking 20 people you could bring in to show that this isn't AI. This really happened. This is Khomeini saying, and the nuclear attack will commence on Los Angeles on May 17th, 2026. We got it. I'd say, yes, I'm glad we attacked. Until then, my gut feeling, this isn't true. You could always say, yes, but what if it was? Yeah, I guess we could say that about anything. You could always say that. What if the Biden administration had to censor us about COVID and had to censor us about the 2020 election? Because theoretically they had intel that if people kept talking about it, it was going to do China's bidding, which would allow China to build up a weapon and eventually deploy it in the United States. I suppose in that world, if I'm privy to that information, I might say, okay. However, I'm not naive. I understand that they could lie to get their agenda passed over and over. So yes, to answer your question, if 100% I knew that they were about to deploy a nuclear weapon, I would be for intervention. I choose to say that I do not see the evidence presented in front of me is reliable enough to come to that conclusion, especially given the recent history of the exact same type of lies being told by our intel communities. It is that once you admit that, right? Once you say, of course, does anyone disagree? Let's ask the audience right here. If hypothetically, again, I'm not saying that someone's bullshitting you. Somehow you die and you go to heaven and God tells you the truth, or you are in, you have some machine that you can see into the future, whatever it is. If you knew 100%, had Trump not attacked, that within 3 months, Iran would have deployed a nuclear weapon in the United States and killed millions of people, would you still support this attack? Yes or no? If it was absolutely 100% true and you knew it, that Iran within 3 months was about to deploy a nuclear weapon and kill millions of people, would you support the intervention? Of course. Who would say no? I'm assuming every single person, depending on the city. Yeah. Everyone would say, of course. Then the problem is, right? The people that want to justify a bunch of bullshit attacks will go, but what if that's the scenario? You already said if that was the scenario, then you would say, okay, then we have to attack. Now I'm saying, what if that was the scenario? I suppose. But the problem is, you're asking me to believe you on blind faith. And when our intel agent says that was the case with Iraq, and similar cases with Syria, and similar cases with Libya, and similar case when it comes to Afghanistan, at some point, don't I have the right to be like, hey, I think you guys are full of shit. You guys keep saying this. It's not panning out that way. But this time it could. This time. Maybe this time. I mean, yeah, maybe. That's why my stance is, I'm not saying that my mind can't be changed on this. I'm not. There are two potential ways that my mind could be changed. One, evidence comes out that makes the case to I'll admit, this is sort of a cop-out, but not really. I just say it because it's just true of all of us. There is a level of evidence that I'll eventually say, okay, for me, that's sufficient to show that this was the most likely case. If I get evidence that shows most likely they were trying to assassinate Trump, or most likely they were trying to build a nuclear weapon to commit terror attacks or something, I would probably say, okay. But I haven't seen that yet, so I'm against it. So when you say, but what if? I'm saying, yes, if that was the case, I have not seen that evidence. If they're inching towards nuclear capacity, it would depend. What does inching mean? Like if it's like they're trying to get a nuclear bomb, but they're 2 years away, yeah, I would still say at that point, fuck them. If they're trying to get a nuclear bomb and with the intent of utilizing it, then I would say, yeah, I don't give a fuck. If we keep telling them, dude, we see you're doing it, and they're like, oh. And we're like, yeah, man, we see it. Oh. And they're really doing it, I would say, okay, at that point, it's clear. I don't think we're obligated to wait until 1 week out or some shit like that. That's right. We won't get that type of evidence. Yep. So then if I feel I didn't like the Iraq war, I didn't like the Afghanistan war, I didn't like the conflict in Syria, I didn't like the conflict in Libya, I watched the people in these agencies use basically color revolution tactics back home, push for censorship of people like me. I watched the fucked up shit they did during COVID. I watched them push color revolutions or harming populist right wing parties that are similar to me around the world. But this time I believe them. Why? Because Trump's there? That's it? If Biden took this, if Kamala wins and takes the exact same action, I say, fuck this, I don't like it. But if Trump's there, I say, yep, it's good. No. Yes, I see evidence as Trump's different. Did Trump go personally inspect? Can you tell me? When did Trump go with the IEEA to inspect Iran's nuclear program? Go ahead. Can you tell me? Can you show me? I'm just curious. Can you show me his education level that he understands enrichment of uranium? Oh, he has to rely on other people, many of which have been there in continuum. Interesting. For every single person that's this, 100% I'm convinced that Iran had the nuclear bomb. They were inching towards the bomb. This was 100% necessary. There is someone who's equally confident that's like, I'm 100% sure that this is not by Israel. Here we go. Israel and the neocons getting us into another war. Was everyone lying about Iraq? Was everyone lying about Syria? Was everyone lying about Libya? Was everyone lying about Afghanistan? You tell me. It's just Trump's different. That's it. Trump got in there, and even though he barely kicked out people, trust us, bro. So, for example, in the first Trump term, you would have said, I trust the State Department under Donald Trump. And yet, when they impeached him, there was every single fucking Yolanda Pittman and fucking all these career State Department people, all of them that were there under Bush and then there under Obama, and now they're there under Trump. And all of a sudden, they're testifying against Trump. And you're like, holy fuck, it looks like the real problem is unelected bureaucrats in these agencies fucking think they run the show and they don't give a shit about Trump. But now because Trump's there and relies on these same agencies, I'm supposed to be like, I assume they're all good now. Even though we saw that they were out to get Trump in the first administration, now they've turned a new leaf. All of a sudden, these career people are all of a sudden pro-Trump. Now they're all telling the truth. Never mind about accountability or pointing out how corrupt they've been. Nope, they're all good, great, truthful people now. Everything they say is 100% true. I distrusted them a mere year and a half ago when Joe Biden was there, but now that it's 95% the same people, I totally trust them all because Trump's different. The faith that people have. Well, if it's the guy I voted for, it all has to be true. It's like, well, yeah, but the guy you voted for is also relying on career diplomats, career bureaucrats. You understand that? Nope, they're good. They're all good now. See? Trump could never see real evidence. Nah, man, I'm convinced. Hey, never mind, guys. Trump's a good guy. Totally good. All of his intelligence is true. Everything that he says is true. That wraps her up, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Anyone who's against this attack and has questioned and doesn't believe 100% of everything Trump says on face value, you're a fucking idiot. Clearly, that's the only way to go through life. Trump's never lied. He couldn't lie. He couldn't be given false information. Not only is he benevolent, he is an absolute genius. He would understand if he's being given false information. He would know that. He's more competent than a nuclear physicist or, a weapons inspector. He knows. How dare you? You must just accept whatever he says. Scott Ritter, weapons inspector. True. Rob has no clue. Now, do you see? It doesn't matter. I'm an Israel shill that's just supporting the attack no matter what. Yesterday, today, exact same stance. I have no clue what I'm talking about. Clearly, the attack was justified. I'm just taking the side of Iran for no reason. I have no clue. Okay, did Netanyahu say that they were weeks away from a nuclear bomb in 96? Is that true? Did he say in 2016, within a decade, they'd have 250 bombs? Is that true? What arguments do you have here? Okay, let's go back and see your good arguments. Why is Iran enriching uranium beyond the level needed for nuclear power, Rob? Just for fun? Well, it could be a litany of reasons. One, we could be being misinformed about how much they've enriched. Second, that past enrichment could be something that was taken care of with the previous attack, and maybe it hasn't been that since then. I haven't heard Marco Rubio or them say that the enrichment restarted afterwards. If we bombed them and they were at 60% previously and they haven't advanced by 60% now, it wouldn't justify this sort of attack if they've stopped their program, even if they once were doing it. Three, maybe they're doing it because they feel they need to defensively posture because they're afraid that countries like Israel and the United States will continue to fuck with them until they're able to get some form of defensive weapon. Perhaps that's what's going on. Rob has no clue about the topics. There's your next argument that apparently I haven't dealt with. And then we got, sure, bro, again, cherry pick my message is your next. Keep cherry picking, loser. Keep cherry picking, loser. Don't respond to my actual arguments fast, moron. Yes, and they are. Read my post. They are still weeks away, all caps. The whole point is they are always a week away. You're an idiot. Oh, that might be a different guy. He did all caps. Sorry. Wow, these arguments are amazing. I sent like 20 messages before that. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through all of your messages that apparently I wasn't responding to. Arguments, great arguments you made that I didn't respond to. Okay, here we go. Let's start at the beginning. You sound like Hassan or Fuentes. When did you become a third world? Excellent argument. Excellent. That was your first argument. And his next argument, Rob doesn't think you could do anything with power because it make people you hate mad. We already talked about that's what you feel domestically. You overthrew 2 dictators in a month? Yes, we talked about that. Yes, presidents have way more power internationally, domestically. We talked about that. Presidents need domestically, you retard. We talked about that. Okay, Rob, let's send Delta Force into Congress. Ha ha. Stupid argument. What are you talking about, moron? Not an argument. The president has absolute power over the military, Rob. Domestic policy requires acts of Congress. Laughing my ass off. Trump has repeatedly asked to overturn the filibuster. We talked about that. Your beef is with Thune, dumb fuck. I addressed that specifically. Yeah, now you stop showing my messages, loser. We addressed all of those messages. No, you moron. Suspending the filibuster. We addressed this. Even when he passes domestic legislation, you bitch and whine, like with the big, beautiful bill. I don't have to like every bit of domestic legislation he puts. Mass spending's not the same as actual mass deportations, etc. A month ago, you thought Venezuela was going to be the next Vietnam. Never said that. I said I didn't like the reasoning for the attack. Never said it would be the next Vietnam. Prove me saying that. Iran has uranium enrichment programs capable of creating nuclear weapons within a week, month at any given time. This nuclear ambiguity is the line they have been towing for decades. We addressed that. Iraq didn't have centrifuges, moron. Doesn't matter. We were told. Incubator babies, a bunch of other shit that we were lied to about that. To go into there. Iran literally has uranium enrichment facilities. We talked about that. Then you say yes. I don't know what that was response to. The problem is you're fundamentally in a misunderstanding of Iran's nuclear threat. They have the pieces. They are threatening to assemble them, which doesn't take long. We talked about that. How about 60% enriched uranium in advanced ballistic program? Isn't that enough evidence? We talked about the fact that they could have 60%. When they say Iran is a month away from a nuke, they mean it would take a month to enrich the uranium, which they are capable of if you put into a missile, which they already have. We talked about that. Rob, you fundamentally misunderstand the program. We talked about that. Iran's been offered enriched uranium to shut down their centrifuges. Okay, may be the case. Has that happened in the past 6 months or 8 months since Trump did the initial bombing? Then the argument is they offered Iran pre-enriched uranium to shut down their centrifuges. Iran's the most oil-rich country in the world, yet they insist on maintaining centrifuges to create nukes. Just answered that. Why is Iran enriching uranium beyond the level for nuclear power, Rob? Just for fun? We talked about that. Rob has literally no clue about this topic, laughing my ass up. Not an argument. Sure, bro, again, cherry-pick my messages. We talked about all of them. Keep cherry-picking, loser. We talked about all of them. Keep cherry-picking, loser. We talked about all of them. Don't respond to my actual arguments fast for them. We talked about your arguments. Yes, they are. Read my post. We read all of it. They're still weeks away. We already talked about that. The whole point is there's always a week away. We talked about that. I sent like 20 messages before that. We've read them all. Hey, have fun, sir. Show me the advancement in their program since the last strike on Iran. Show me. We did. We talked about every single one of them. Complete victory in all caps. Hey, congratulations. Enjoy your victory. Yeah, and we've already talked about all this stuff in the past days. I don't mind people that disagree with me, but I'm going to talk in all caps. My first message is going to be, you're like Hassan. You're siding with the third world. Okay. Why aren't you taking me seriously as I'm responding in all caps the same thing over and over again? Yeah, I address basically what you're saying. I disagree that we should take him out for the people of Iran. Should we take out fucking Starmer for the people of the UK? Should we take out Carney for the people of Canada? Should we take out Xi for the people of China? Should we take out Kim Jong Un for the people of North Korea? Should we take out Macron for the people of France? Where do we stop? Hey man, you sign up for the military. Put your fucking boots on grounds across the world then. Take over all the leaders around the world that all suck. Good luck. We'll see. I hope we don't have boots on the ground. That would certainly make the situation worse, in my opinion. See, in all honesty, this comment probably pisses me off more than anything. And again, it's not your fault, AJ. It must be my fault. I don't know how many times I have to say this. I lamented this yesterday. I took all the time in the world trying to explain it. And with moments of explaining myself, people that I respect completely lost the plot and didn't understand it. It might be me. That's exactly what I'm saying. It might be me. I have an initial feeling on what I think about this. I don't really like it. There are potential pieces of evidence that I think would make me change my mind. However, I don't know that that evidence is accurate. I've been given no proof that it's accurate. So therefore, I'm still against this until I get more evidence. Response from AJ is, I think you're overreacting being against this because we don't know the evidence, which is exactly my point. I don't come at things and say I'm completely neutral on everything until I have sufficient evidence. Instead, I think I do what all humans does and say, here's my initial reaction to that, given the evidence that I can see in front of me. That's what I do. People like AJ say, that's overreacting. Instead, we should either A, have no opinion, or B, give the benefit of the doubt to the current administration. I'm not doing that. Okay. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you. Was that loud enough? Then what happens is people respond, you stupid fuck, you're Hassan, you don't know a fucking thing. And I respond to them, you're like, whoa, why can't Rob say, hey, I don't know, I am Hassan, you're right, I can't push back on you. I think you're overreacting, Rob. Fuck you. Can we please invade Canada? Not me, I'm busy. Ask Trump. We'll get you in touch with Hegseth. We'll see what we can do. Now, does everyone see sort of the frustration that I've had yesterday to today? No, I didn't agree with sending the pallets of cash. That was a terrible idea. Yesterday, it was the exact opposite crowd. Yesterday, the people in here now tell me I'm a fucking idiot, and who am I to, I should take a wait and see approach. We're like, based! As I was saying, listen, I don't think I see evidence this is all because of Israel and it's all a lie and it's all a sham. I'm not saying that. I'm lost. Explain it to me. Explain it. Explain your position to me. I'm lost. Explain it to me. I don't think I'm black pilled at all. In fact, yesterday's show was all about why being black pilled was bad. Unless you're not talking to me, that's fine. If I was president and had complete authority on what to act with Iran as I saw fit, what would I do? I guess it would depend on what the intel said and whether or not I could trust the intel. I would have drained the swamp first. I would have got rid of 80% of the CIA and all the leadership and released public all of the shady shit they did and threw them in prison. I would have done that my first term. Then I would have had more trust in them my second term. Trump chose not to do that. He chose to leave the very people that lied about all these previous conflicts and about trying to take him out. He left them in power, which would already put me. So if I was him and I was walking in after having let those people there, I would have a healthy distrust of them, is what I would have. And I said, I don't know. And I would have said, I want to focus on domestic issues first. And if Israel wants to attack Iran, fine. And if Iran decides they're going to attack us back because Israel attacked them, then we're going to unleash fucking hell on the whole country. 10 times worse than what Trump did here, if that's what they decided to do. That's what I've done. And meanwhile, I've been holding people's feet to the fire domestically. I would have immediately went after any employer that large-scale employed illegal immigrants and threw the fucking book at them. That's what I would have done. I would have been calling out by name every single Republican that refused to support the SAVE Act and actually having fucking voter ID. That's what I would have done. If it was me, that's what I would have done. Now, if that intelligence would have came to the level that I believed that there was an imminent nuclear attack, terror attack, assassination attempt on my life, etc., then, yeah, maybe I would have took the same actions here Trump did. I would have also said, I completely understand, American people, you've been lied to by the very intel agents that I'm now relying on. And I tried to do my best to sift through the shit, and this is what I think's right, and I'm going to be as transparent as possible. But I totally understand you all not believing this. Yep, I haven't done fuck all when it comes to the populist message, and I'm ashamed about that. I'm really ashamed that I continually just doing everything the neocons are saying. I'm going to start a commission right now to look into all these fucking neocons and make sure that I'm not being bullshitted. And if I am, they're going to be held accountable to the highest letter of the law, period. That's what I would have done. Now, meanwhile, notice how I outlined a case here initially that everybody just conveniently skipped by. Let's for this. Okay, even if this was necessary and this was the key timeline, why wouldn't you use this to pressure the very Republicans that refuse to push your agenda, saying, oh, you want this? Well, we'll do it if you capitulate to things we want. Why wouldn't you negotiate like that? That was just skipped past, I noticed. Well, it'll be real hard to keep the base when he's gone because he hasn't done the things the populists want. Let's say that's true. Then you do things so that you can identify the leaker. And then you execute them for treason. And that's actually doing more to drain the swamp. That someone legitimately telling Iran that we were about to attack to kill American soldiers is treason, if that's what would have happened. And executing that congressperson that would have done that would have been far more helpful to the American people than this attack on Iran. I don't think Ilhan Omar leaked the attack. Ilhan Omar said at the same time that Andrew Wilson and me and a bunch of other people were saying, and attacking Iran's imminent, could be tonight. Ilhan was tweeting similar things. I don't think that's proof that she was leaking shit from Hakeem Jeffries. If I'm being honest. Yes, I leaked it. Investigation incoming. Or it's strong proof she needs to be dealt with. There is no doubt if Trump would have been more aggressive with the populist agenda, then there would have been more faith and goodwill to him when he's doing more neocon agenda stuff. But he hasn't. That's the truth. I get it's tough. I do. I'm just talking about not what ought, what is. That's the reality. The reality is, if a big part of your base was like, we don't want regime change wars, we want you to deport mass amounts of people, millions upon millions, we want you to get voter ID passed, we want you to enshrine Doge, right, and all that stuff. We want you to aggressively go after the left-wing street rioters and insurrectionists. We want you to do that. And if you're like, well, yeah, we'll do a little bit of that, but we can't really do much. But trust me, bro, this foreign policy shit's real important. At some point, those people are going to say, okay, fuck you. Then we don't give a fuck about you anymore. And we're going to push for people that want this domestic shit because we're tired of every time we elect Republicans, the key focus being foreign policy, foreign policy, foreign policy, foreign policy, and nothing gets done back home. Meanwhile, Islam gets stronger and stronger back home. Country changes more and more. At some point, you can't blame people. And you might be like, no, dude, trust me, man. You have no idea how bad Maduro was. You have no idea how bad Khomeini was. And you might 100% be right. And the people are going to say, I don't give a shit. I don't care. It's not affecting me in a positive way back home. The shit that I elected you from that seemed to be core to your, it doesn't seem to be on your top issues anymore. So I don't give a shit. Hundreds of people have been arrested in Antifa. Okay. Hundreds of people. That's the argument? How many were arrested on January 6th? Oh, we had the largest FBI task force in history. Now, what's that look like instead of just one incident that was January 6th? Literally hundreds of incidents. So what, we're arresting on average one person for violent riot? Wow! Amazing! Amazing! I watched these motherfuckers throw the book at Donald Trump. Where's the counter investigations into the left wingers? Where is it? It's always, I love that Trump exists in this fucking, he's the big man, foreign policy, can do all this shit. But back up, there's nothing he could do. We can't blame Trump for anything. There's nothing he could do. It's, it's Congress, it's the courts. Trump tried his best. He tried. Bullshit! Yeah, if I was Trump, I'd say we're taking every fucking FBI agent, every one, and we're going after these left-wingers, every fucking one of them. Yeah, but if you do that, the courts would just say no, so better to not do it. Just focus on the foreign policy. There's nothing we can do back home. Pussy shit. Fuck you. And no one criticizes the Republicans in Congress more than me. They don't do shit. I get it. I give Trump a lot of leeway. But the idea that he's doing everything possible is bullshit. Yes, it's easier for Trump to do things foreignly. I get that. Let's say I think foreign policy is 5% important, domestic policy is 95% important. But Trump's ability to act is 70% foreign policy, 30% back home. Then, using that equation, I'd say, okay, then you put all of your effort into the 30%. Yes, it's harder for you to get things, but that's where you spend all of your political capital because it is so hard. But seeing as how those issues are 95% of the importance, that's where we need to put the focus. Instead, it seems like what's said is we're going to put 95% of the focus in the foreign policy because that's where we can get shit done. And hey, all of you people that don't like that foreign policy, that were actually against the interventionism, you're just going to have to bite your tongue and do it and get nothing. And then, but still vote for us so that we can do more foreign policy because we'll tell you once more we couldn't do the domestic shit because we had to focus on the foreign policy until eventually we lose a national election and then all the little teensy executive orders that we had domestically that weren't enshrined into Congress or anything like that, they're going to be immediately reversed and your country's going to be taken over again. But at least the Ayatollah's not there in Iran. That's good, right? Right? The next 10 million that you get when Democrats win of illegals, when your kids fucking trans, when they get stabbed on a fucking subway, at least their last dying breath, they could say, thank God Maduro's not in power. Excellent. Amazing. Hey, I guess it was all worth it at the end of the day, right? Forget about my life. Forget about actually caring about the citizens of this country. The Iranian people are happy. The Venezuelan people are happy. And after all, isn't that what the real point of the president of the United States is? Making the Venezuelan people happy? Making the Iranian people happy? Making the Israeli people happy? That's the real point, right? Who gives a fuck about the Americans? That's not the job of the American president. The real job is right? The real job's helping everyone else around the world, making sure they're feeling good. The executive. There's a riot in Minnesota, right? After the Renee Good shooting. Trump could have said, we're sending 1,000% more ICE agents to Minnesota. Then there's another shooting of Alex Preddy. Trump could have said, okay, we're once more doubling the deportations from Minnesota. Could he have done that? Is that within his power? Yes. I guess he could have, right? Could Trump say it's within my power to enforce the law against individuals that are intentionally hiring illegals? Yes. He instead says, I talked to a lot of those farmers and a lot of those factories, and they said these are good people. Why are you talking to them? Arrest them! If they're knowingly hiring illegals, throw their ass in prison! No exceptions! Trump could take all of his, he could be doing speeches every day. This is Tom Tillis. Here's what a piece of shit he is. Here's John Thune. Here's what a piece of shit he is. Here's Mike Johnson. Here's what a piece of shit he is. You all want the same act? You want, here's the motherfucker responsible. This guy right here. Lindsey Graham. He's a piece of shit. Instead, he's like, I like Lindsey. He's a great guy. I just don't understand. I don't understand this, like, let's say hypothetically I was against the foreign policy that Trump's, all right? Hypothetically. Let's say I don't want him to go into Venezuela. I don't want him to go into Iran. If you're trying to convince me, circa 2024, to vote for Trump, and your pitch is this, look, here's the deal. He basically can't do anything domestically. Our system's set up so he can't do anything domestically. And anything that he talks about domestically, it ain't going to get done whatsoever. He can only deal with foreign policy. Why would I vote for him? When I say, oh, well then fuck him. What? So vote for the guy to do the parts of what he wants to do that I don't like, and the parts that he's claiming he will do, he won't be able to do, so I won't get any of that. Sounds to me like I'd say, oh, well then I'm not going to vote for him. But now people are like, yes, this is good. Drain the swamp. Yeah, deportations. Yes, this is good. Yes, voter ID. Yes, it's good. I bet you weren't saying, that's all bullshit. Trump won't be able to do it. He has no influence domestically. He can't use political capital to get agendas passed domestically. He can't do that. It's outside the purview of a president. He can only focus on foreign policy shit. Why did he talk about all this shit at the State of the Union? Why did he mention anything domestically? What if you were in the country like, excuse me, you can't do any of that. Excuse me, no, only foreign policy. You can't do domestic stuff. Right? I'm assuming that's what those of you saying this were saying after the State of the Union? When he was suggesting all these policies, you're like, oh, that's a good idea. You were like, no, it's all bullshit. You can't do any of that. The truth is, I'm well aware that Trump can't pass legislation himself. I'm also aware, as the effective leader of the Republican Party, who could literally change the fortunes of any congressperson, he could put immense pressure on them. to get parts of his agenda done. He could negotiate. You want this shit done, foreign policy? Then here's some shit we want domestically. The Republicans do not need 10 Democrats in order to pass the SAVE Act. They would need 10 Democrats in order to end the filibuster. However, they have two options. One, they could vote to remove the filibuster if they chose. Second, they could force a talking filibuster, which was always the point of the filibuster, which would mean that after a period of time when Democrats stopped talking, that would force the vote, of which they would only need 50, which theoretically they would have. The truth is, there are Republicans that won't vote for the SAVE Act, which is why they won't vote to force a talking filibuster, because it would expose them as not wanting this. Now, instead of Trump focusing on, okay, then I'm not going to sign any motherfucking thing that you guys say. This is my primary issue at this point. Nothing. I will sign nothing, which means no legislation will be passed. By the way, if you force the talking filibuster, all the shit that people say are important and why lockdowns, Democrats are going to get blamed for all of it. But we want to fund DHS. But we want to fund WIC programs. We can't get to that because Democrats are on there being pissed about saying black people are too dumb to get an ID to vote. They've been talking for 130 days on that. So, hey, as soon as they're done explaining to you black folks why you're too stupid to get an ID, then we can get to voting for that other shit. It's them. Talk to your Democrat congressman. They're the one holding it up. We're ready to vote. But no. Instead, we just have to focus on Iran and Venezuela. Now, I'm not saying that Kamala would have been better than Trump. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that Trump's not fighting a huge uphill battle. I get that. What I'm saying is, I understand why it gets real fucking tired. The Tea Party comes after George Bush. People were tired of the Iraq War. There were conservative people that just wanted small government. That's it. That's what the Tea Party was about. Can we just end the fucking bloat and the waste and the corruption of government? There are people that never voted, that Trump spoke to them. And it wasn't because of his based, hey, maybe we'll intervene in Venezuela and Iran. I assure you, that wasn't where all this groundswell of support came from. And if your argument is, listen, those people that wanted the swamp train and shit, I'm sorry, it can't be done. But hey, at least we can get rid of Khomeini. I understand why those people are like, then I'm apathetic about voting. I don't really care. And if that's the message that Trump and the Republicans are going to push going through the midterms, it is going to be a shellacking. Well, we just can't do things domestically. Sorry. We have to focus on foreign policy. Good luck. You're going to get fucking crushed. You'll see. All the people now saying he can't do anything domestic policy, when Trump and the Republicans scramble to try to do things for domestic policy before the midterms, they're not going to say, this is fucking stupid. Why would they even try? They can't. They'll be saying, oh, yeah, good. See, Rob, see? I ran. Yeah, you don't have to tell me. I ran. I ran for Congress. I vote in my local elections. I help people that are running locally. I get it. Of course. But when we're talking about the president, why wouldn't we also expect him to be doing the things that he claimed to run on? At least attempting. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the net effect of this. The reason that the immigration stuff optically was bad was because Trump and the administration were doing a bad job with optics. The idea that Venezuela and Iran's going to be immensely popular, which will make people be like, cool. And now Trump's going to ramp up deportations. I don't believe that for a second. Nope. I don't agree with like my man Kurt that was on here yesterday. He's like, I'm just gonna vote Democrats now. to accelerate. Nick Fuentes is telling his people. I don't know what percentage of people those will be, and I think that's really stupid. But I understand it. I do. I totally get it. Now I'm trying to notice what I did. Now I know I'm fucking yelling at the audience now and disagreeing with people. Most of the people now that are talking are reasonable, even if I disagree. They're not talking in all caps, telling me I'm Hassan Piker or some shit like that. And reasonable people could disagree, don't get me wrong. But I tried to be like, those of you that support this attack, let me reframe it for you. What if, instead of just doing the attack, which you think is good and based, Trump would have negotiated to get some domestic issues from Republicans who also think this is good and based, but are holding up as domestic issue, and use this as sort of a carrot for negotiating? That's sort of how I'm trying to explain. And the counter that I'm getting is I'm telling you, there's a lot of fucking people that are blackpilled on this. And they're like, fuck this. And your counter's like, yeah, but those people are dumb. Don't they understand that what they want domestically can't be done? And so instead we should just focus on the foreign policy shit? You think that approach is going to be, they're going to say. Are they going to say, yeah, fuck you. Then fuck it. I ain't voting for this shit. Not what I signed up for. What do you think they're going to do? Oh, there was a raid? Oh, rhetorically defective. Thanks for the raid, man. What do you think? Artie raided as well. Thank you. No, am I still going to vote Republicans? Yeah. Am I still going to vote for Trump? Yeah. But I'm different, too. If I have to, will make the case the Republicans, at least on some issues, are a stalemate. It's like they do nothing and the Democrats are actively trying to destroy my life. So I guess I'll go with the people doing nothing to help me as opposed to those actively trying to destroy me, hoping that then in the primary process we could eventually stall enough to get people in there that will start to move the ball in a good direction. I guess. That'll finally tell the neocons, eat shit. We're not just going to do your agenda all the time and let you stall everything we want to do domestically. And if it was me, if I would win in 2028 based on this circumstance, I would be straight up. I'd be like, here's the deal. We're going to get voter ID. We're getting it. And if not, and if it's held up by Republicans, I don't give a fuck if I do anything else as president at all. I will fucking use the entirety of my presidency to get these motherfuckers in the Republican Party that are holding this up out of office. I'll raise money. I'll fucking run ad after ad. Every speech I give in every fucking organization will start with, this guy's an asshole. We need to primary and get him out. This guy's an asshole. We need to primary and get him out. That's what I would do. I'd say, fuck it. That's it. Done. Non-negotiable. 90% of your fucking constituents want this. The fact that you're holding it up, then we're going to fucking expose you. And if it is that the swamp's too strong, you can't do anything, then what would it matter anyways? I guess you wouldn't be upset. You'd be like, fine. Rob's doing the same thing as every other president. Nothing, because it's only the swamp. Cool. I'm going to try to do what's right. I'm not going to blackpill and say it's unaccomplishable. No, it's not that the base will still vote for him. That's not what's going to happen. He's losing parts of the base. Some people like me will vote just because I'm voting against the Democrats. Other people will say, no, I'm not motivated to go work for this guy or to vote. If he's basically like, hey, fuck you, you're going to vote for me no matter what, so fuck what you wanted to have happen. We're focused on foreign policy. They're going to be like, no. Well, one big part of voting not working is we don't have voter ID, which means that fraud could be rampant, which means both in the Democrat and Republican primaries and in the general elections, if cheating's possible, if it really matters, and there's really a potential vote that could shake things up, it'll never happen because it's too easy to cheat. So a precursor would be trying to get shit so that it can't be cheated. That sounds like a good step. Trump's numbers went way up after the State of the Union, and mainly because his talking of domestic issues, which I've been reliably told by people in this chat, there's nothing Trump could do domestically. It's all irrelevant. Popular vote doesn't matter. The Electoral College, what does this guy even know? What the fuck? Explain to me how what I said about potential voter fraud is made irrelevant or moot because the Electoral College exists. Go ahead. Let's hear your theory. John Smith's running against Bob Davidson in a primary. I said they could cheat in the primary. Primaries are decided by Electoral College. Please explain. I'm anxious to hear. Explain to me the primary that's decided by the Electoral College. Go ahead. For Congress. I'm not saying he's not doing anything domestically. I'm saying he's doing very little compared to what he's doing foreign policy wise. And the fact that he's doing some things domestically proves if he would put more energy into doing things domestically, he could get more shit done. And if the focus is going to be, never mind that, we got to focus on Maduro, we got to focus on Khomeini, and whoever the next person is, then we ain't going to get those shits done domestically. I did say primary. I said in both the Republican and Democrat primaries and in general elections. The Electoral College only would affect the presidential election. Much of what we're talking about domestic policy not being initiated is because Congress, the legislative branch, which, surprise, surprise, is not decided by the Electoral College. So explain to me again what I said about the potential to cheat in those elections is rendered moot because the Electoral College exists? And even beyond that, even if we're only talking about the presidential election with the Electoral College, how would cheating not have the potential to affect the Electoral College? What the fuck sense does that make? Popular vote does not matter. LOL Electoral College. What does this guy even know? See, he comes in insulting me like I'm a fucking idiot. And then he just, then he comes in with hot takes like this. Gerrymandering. Oh, well, man. Hey guys, like I know that like you want the Save Act and you want voter ID and shit. I know that you want that, but that's all worthless. And like I'm gonna drop. You guys don't know a fucking thing, right, man? Like you guys think you know about like voter ID being good and like wanting the Save Act, and you think that you want that and you think that's good, but you don't know a fucking thing. And any of you say that don't know a thing. And let me tell you why. Electoral college, gerrymandering. Yes, I know. I know. I'm like so much smarter than all of you. Like, apparently, you forgot like gerrymandering, electoral college. So it's like when you're like, hey, I want the Save Act vote, you're a fucking moron. Like, you don't know anything because it's like gerrymandering. Electoral college. Maybe you forgot about a little thing called electoral college. Maybe you forgot about a little thing called gerrymandering. So like when you're talking about the SAVE Act, like that's you don't know shit. You don't know shit. Like what are you gonna do? You're gonna talk about like, how it would be important to prove who votes, and I'll just be like gerrymandering. Have you seen the mandering of Jerry? You don't know. That's above your intellect. Only dudes like me, like I understand that. Like I know my shit. I know that, man. I know like gerrymandering. And then like here's the other thing, man, that maybe you don't get, right, man? Like you're low IQ because you guys don't know shit. Maybe you didn't hear about this. A little thing. Maybe you went to college, but did you go to the electoral college? Yeah, you don't know about that, do you? So like, what are you even talking about with like the SAVE Act and shit like that? Like, you don't know shit. Like, you don't know shit. Talking about the SAVE Act, like you didn't even know. You didn't even know electoral college. You didn't even know about that. You didn't even know about gerrymandering. You didn't even know. So like, I don't know why anyone would listen to you guys talk about the SAVE Act, right? Hey man, very persuasive. I gotta say, crush that one. You fucking killed it, man. There will be so much mandering of Jerry's. Let me tell you, man. You guys don't know. You don't know the importance of mandering Jerry's. You know? Yeah, I do want to debate. That's right, I do want to debate. Let's go, pussy. Sounds good to me. Just for our friend Jer Amy here. See, his name starts with Jer, so he knows all about gerrymandering. Just him. That's you. Click on the link. Let's go. Yeah, let's go, pussy. All right, I'm going to take a piss, and then we're going to make this guy look like the fucking idiot that he is. Sounds good.
This is the Rob Noerr Show. It's not the Noerr Rob Show. This is my favorite show because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob Noerr Show.
Yeah, get those super chats in.
Oh, how's he not going to be able to figure it out? Oh. Let's see. Somehow he's not going to be able to figure it out, right? Meanwhile, we'll read some super chats while we're waiting for the super genius that knows all about gerrymandering. And that's why we don't need voter ID, because gerrymandering and the Electoral College. As we wait for this super genius to figure out how to click a link, we'll read some super chats. Where were we? Our good friend Zach Yelpy, $5 says, Rob playing both sides against the middle. I'm trying. Fuck the middle, right? Hellstorm, $5 says, I gotta go on a beer run. Don't do anything cool till I get back. Well, I never do anything cool, so. GC Mike, $10. Thank you. Scorpio, thanks for being a member. Free Media USA says, war is a racket. The end. Hellstorm, $5 says, okay, I'm back from a beer run. Anyone need a cool one? I would take one. FDNY, $5 says, can he call in, please? This guy, we're trying. Hellstorm, $5 says, honest question, isn't mass deportations on the scale being demanded or insisted upon only possible direct military action? Yes and no. Yes, probably quite literally. However, what you want is Trump to send the signal that more people are being deported and every illegal is eligible. Instead, we have the opposite. Trump saying like, well, some of them are good and blah, blah, blah. FDNY, $2 says Goose Fraba. Left-handed assassin, $5. Thank you. I prefer Serenity now. Zepoliba, $5 says, what general role do you want our military to have? To provide for the defense of the United States. Val Van Gogh, $5 says, if Trump went as hard as he wanted to domestically, would you still be mad at him about attacking Iran? Far less mad. And I'm not super mad, just to be clear. I don't like it. I might get much more mad if it ends up to be a huge fucking mistake and lead to a long, drawn out conflict. And yeah, I might get much more mad. But I would be less mad right now if Trump would accomplish more major things in his domestic policy. Rhetorically defective, $10 says, let it out, bud. I feel your anger and I love it. It's motivated. Thank you. Thanks for the raid, too, man. Straight ripping. Hi for $2. Chop Chop, what a legend, gives 20 memberships. And then Val Van Gogh, $5 says accelerationism is consequentialism, and consequentialism is what the left does. Lavin, $10 says, unfortunately, come election time, most Republicans will blindly vote for whoever has an R next to their name without knowing who or what they're voting for. Yep. In Pennsylvania, for example, when they passed, I forget the name of the fucking where you at, Jeremy? What's this shit? I thought you were clicking the link. Where you at? You called me a pussy and said, let's debate. Where are you? I put the link. You called me a pussy. Now put up or shut up. Where the fuck are you? Now you just acting like you didn't see that I put the link? Here it is. Need me to re-put it? Weren't you the big guy that said that? What the fuck happened? What happened? You're the big man, right? You're a big man. I'm a big pussy. I'm afraid to debate it. There you go. What other channel can you just randomly start talking shit on the host? And he's like, yeah, fuck it, call in. Yeah, you're right. I'm so stupid. I use the word re-put. And it's not even a word. Re-put. LMO. Low IQ. Excellent. It'll be easy to defeat me in a debate then. No problem. Sounds like a simple task. Why are you running? You called me a pussy. You said you wanted to debate. I put the link. Where are you? You just said that I'm low IQ. I even use words like re-put and slippy. That's not a word. There's a word I use. Yep. Sound real fucking low IQ and dumb. Should be easy for you to make light work of me. Right? Oh, now you need the link again. Okay. He doesn't need me to re-put the link. There's not that many people chatting on Twitch. It's still right there. He could click it. He knows. He's the only one chatting, really, in the Twitch. Now it'll be, I can't figure it out. I can't figure out how to click it. I can't. I don't know how to do it. Right? I need you to have a rotary phone. You got that? Where you at? That is true. I'm spurging out as usual. Where you at, Jeremy? Where'd he go? Also, he says that I use the word re-put and I'm a fucking moron. That's like low IQ. Is the word re-put? As in, I put the link. Do you want me to re-put it? Is that a word? He seemed to be real He won't do it. The pussy won't. Okay, here he is. Here's part of his argument. He originally said, I know nothing because I didn't say anything about the Electoral College. Then he just said gerrymandering. Now he goes, the fact that they can't verify a single vote versus a social security number or ITIN shows that they don't want to. Right. And the fact that they won't push the SAVE Act shows that they don't want to. They don't want to have any voter ID, which is why I'm saying that I would use my pressure as a president to force them to start the bare minimum steps of saying, step one, have to provide an ID to vote. Going forward from there, once we get that, we could go even further. But the mere fact of providing an ID would limit some forms of fraud. When I mentioned that, your response was, you don't know shit, the Electoral College. There, I blasted your message, you pussy, who called me a pussy and said I wouldn't debate you. Now call in, fuckface. Where you at? You said I was a pussy, that I wouldn't debate you. Here I am. I put the link out. Who said shit about the popular vote? You were going to call in. You now have 2 minutes and you're banned from the channel. Click the fucking link. You called me a pussy, said I wouldn't debate you or implied it. Here I am. More than happy to deal with some fuck moron like you that's so confident. He's not calling in. Everybody sees it. Now, he also said, I mean, this is totally meta and irrelevant. He said, because I use the word re-put, I'm a fucking idiot. Because it's not a word. I fully admit, as a fucking Pittsburgh yinzer, I use false words all the time. I'm quite the fucking moron when it comes to my vocabulary. But I'm not so sure. I think the word re-put might be a word. He was very confident, though. He said I was low IQ, which would be even more embarrassing if not only did he call me a pussy that wouldn't debate and then run like one himself, but that he claimed I was low IQ for using a word that doesn't exist that actually does exist. That would be a little more embarrassing, right? Oxford English Dictionary, re-put, transitive, to put something back. Oh, well, let me. Looks like the Oxford English Dictionary says it's a word. Where you at, Jeremy? Where you at? Strike two, motherfucker. Maybe in another language. English? No, I'm not so sure. I'll admit it's a weird word. But I think everyone knew what I meant. To put back up, re-put. Going once, Jeremy. Going twice, Jeremy. Well, hey, thanks for playing, man. Well, that was fun. Now, I don't understand even what this guy's argument was. It's just one of these people, like, you'll get these people that just think, like, I'm so fucking smart, man. So it's like, it wasn't even like I was making a controversial argument. The controversial part of it would be, would a president be best to spend his time applying all of his political capital on forcing voter ID? That, you might say, that's too much. But his argument was even wanting the SAVE Act, talking about the importance of wanting to make sure, as a precursor to elections and voting mattering, the first step would be to try to secure the elections. And voter ID would be a good step in that direction. And his response literally was, you don't know anything because the Electoral College. Now, can anyone out there, can anyone even steelman what that attempted argument is? The best I could come up with is, the Electoral College is so unfair that even if you could limit fraud based on people without IDs voting, you wouldn't be able to overcome the structural disadvantages that come with the Electoral College. Now, the two problems I would have with that argument are, one, the vast majority of the people we're talking about having problems with are Congress people. In fact, we got Trump elected without the SAVE Act. We're talking about our Congress people not doing what they run on. So even if we could not overcome the Electoral College for the presidency, that would not matter when it came to congressional elections. Secondly, there is no reason just because we use the Electoral College that there can't be fraud that goes into swinging the Electoral College. For example, if enough fraudulent votes account in California, and if California goes one way, it means that Trump wins, and another way it means he loses, then why wouldn't ensuring there's not fraud in California still affect election security, even though we use the Electoral College? Now, I think that it's one of these people that probably is just a lefty that doesn't agree with me, and so he thinks that he'll say something derisive. Oh, you're fucking stupid. You're stupid. You don't even know. And I don't think he was expecting to be like, hey, what? Excuse me? What the fuck are you talking about here? I don't think he expected it. So then what's he do? He immediately switches. He's like, well, gerrymandering. Oh, okay. How's that responsive? Sure, gerrymandering is another mechanism that could be used to ensure that the will of the people is not being enforced. Sure, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't stop some of that shit through actually having secure election systems. Then his next argument is, yeah, but they don't want to because right now they can't even verify based on social security numbers, etc. I don't know the validity of that. I do know that the SAVE Act does include provisions to try to make that more efficient. That you have to have a form of ID that you had to originally present, like your social security card or your birth certificate, in order to obtain that ID. Now, that doesn't mean that it's foolproof, but it's certainly going in the right direction. And then he ultimately makes the most fatal mistake, which is, so many people are used to talking shit on these shows, and the host not willing to talk to them. I'll talk, baby. You want to call me a pussy? Say I'm afraid to debate? Let's go. Oopsie daisy. Didn't work out for him, did it? Put my post up and then I will. Okay, here's your post. I'm not calling in. You're low IQ. Should be easy then, right? Should be able to crush me easily. All right. Well, that was fun. More super chats. Keep sending them in, ladies and gentlemen. Tiffany K. $10. Thanks so much. Says you've been completely fair. Appreciate your takes on this. Shows how much you actually have a brain and think for yourself. Unfortunately, the government's never 100% honest. Or 1,000%. Thank you. Kirk Sense, thanks so much, man. $10. Hey, Aaron, don't let these idiots get to you. One of the most level-headed pundits I listen to. You don't jump to conclusion. I appreciate that. Thanks for what you do, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. Elstorm, $5 says, good point, Chair. Hadn't considered that. Wish Rob had made that argument. Chair's always crushing me. Sarah Sight, $5 says, Chair Dono. Vita says, it's gold, Jerry, gold. Meandering, gold. Jerry meandering, good. I love my Banya. Cody, $10 says, all jokes aside, I'm always down for a good debate. Hope the guy calls in. Me too. I talk for hours. Here's more of my pagan money, by the way. Been a minute since I shared. Thank you. We will accept that pagan money. Hit my bullets. $10 says, here's some tariff money. Thank you. Sam Slenderman, $5 says, this is quickly becoming my favorite channel. Hopefully you do more impressions of characters. Thank you. That Jim Bob's always beating me to the punch. He's always $5 from I Hate Mark Zuckerberg. Thank you as always. Over on Rumble. You guys are awesome there. So it didn't happen. We didn't get the Twitch call in. Boom, 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 boom. We tried. It's weird to see the strange bedfellows, right? With something like this. So I've outlined my case. And again, I do understand it could be a little confusing, right? I get that. But just to make it clear, let's see if I can clear up my position on this. I'll do a 30 seconds clearing up my position. And go. I initially don't like these attacks. I would say that I slightly don't like them. In other words, normally I wouldn't be an interventionist, and I share that belief here. It's because I've seen these things be lied to us over and over again, and I don't see that I would just believe at face value that it was necessary this time. In addition, it seems to take away from a domestic policy from the Trump administration, which I think is more important. However, there is certainly evidence I would be open to seeing, such as proof that Iran was developing nuclear weapons and going to deploy them, that would change my mind on this issue. Also, it won't be that big of a deal if we're able to make this a quick, efficient action. If it's something that drags on for months and months, I think that you'll see my anger and the American people's anger at this become bigger and bigger. Hopefully that clears up what my position is. In the context of talking of each branch of that, I might push back on people that are arguing for me, arguing against me, etc., etc. But that's basically the general thesis of what I'm going with. Doesn't mean that I'm willing to just say, fuck it, I'm never voting Republican again, or I'm not voting for Trump. Doesn't mean that I think that I regret my vote or anything like that. But that's my honest opinion of where I'm at. Now, it's interesting to see sort of where the breaks are in this. You see a lot of people, your Tucker Carlsons, your Dave Smiths, etc., that predictably are like, we don't like this, who were formerly, to some level or another, Trump supporters. Then you see other people, I've heard people like Fetterman's like, yeah, based. He's a Democrat. I've heard Mark Halperin, who I like, who's like a journalist. He was like, look, I've been talking to like lifelong Democrats. They're like, I despise Trump. This is the greatest thing that a president's done in my lifetime. Democrats. And he doesn't seem to be the type of dude that would lie about it. And I believe those people exist. For example, I believe that your ancestry's from Iran and they ran out of that country in the Khomeini regime, and you think that he's evil and you're like, this is great. Or maybe you're a hawkish left-winger Democrat. But it's interesting that there are people that it's the opposite way. There are people that would be anti-interventionists, and because Trump's doing it, it's like, I changed my mind. And I'll admit, a fair criticism of me is, even though I'm trying my best to say I don't like it, and I don't like it just because it's Trump, would I be more pissed off if it was Obama? If it was Biden? Probably. I can't lie to you. That's probably the truth. I talk about this a lot. We all have a bias. We all do. We just do. It's inevitable. And what that bias is going to do is it allows you to look at stories more favorable or disfavorable based on your agenda and what your preconceived biases are. So for me, I think of it like linearly, right? So let's say over here is Democrats winning 100%, over here is Republicans. So here would be the best possible story for a Democrat, and over here would be the best possible story for a Republican, right? And the story falls somewhere in here, like right here on the line. My bias, if it's this big, will allow me to interpret that story as positive. Now, it might be that my bias is small enough that it's like, nope, even using that bias that's only this big, that's still a bad story for Republicans or a bad issue. What I try to do is limit that bias, but I'll never be able to eliminate it. It's just not possible. Not for me, not for any other human being. I mean, I guess there are specific issues that your bias would be irrelevant, like if you're just totally ignorant. Like if someone said, who are you cheering for in the Zimbabwe elections? The Reds or the Greens? And I'd be like, well, the Reds offered this policy. My bias is going to be very small there because it's like, I don't know anything about this. It's just out of ignorance or out of disinterest. Like, I just don't know. But to the effect of it's something that you have a bias in, which is almost inevitable if you take an interest in something, you're going to have a bias. It doesn't have to be politics. So, like a leftist, like a human, it's impossible. For me, it's easy to look at it in an analogy of sports. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, right? So I used to bartend at this bar. Everybody's Steelers fans there. And you could watch a play where they'll call a holding call on the Steelers. Or let's do it the opposite way. They're playing the Cowboys. And they call a holding call on the Cowboys. And the Dallas fans are booing. And all the people in my bar are like, yeah, you're damn right. What are they booing? That's clearly a hold. Then objectively, you could have the exact same action take place with the Steelers holding a Cowboy. And that same audience is going to be like, this is bullshit. What a bullshit call. It's because they're biased. Now, is it possible that even being biased, that there'll be a call that's so bad that benefits the Steelers? They'd be like, yeah, that's a bad call. Sure. And each individual fan might have more. There are fans that are like, nope, any call ever that harms the Steelers is bullshit. And then there are others that are like, no, it clouds my judgment. Clearly, I'm not looking at it totally objectively, but I try. That's where I'm at. But it's very interesting. So, let me show you some example. This was my favorite of the day. What a sack of shit this guy is. Bill Kristol. Right? So, Bill Kristol says, this is from March 3rd, so today. Maybe Rubio should stop inventing imminent threats to justify the war his administration started and get to work doing his department's job of helping Americans in the war zone they created. Wow. He's very much against this, right? There was, in January, the same Bill Kristol, 2 months ago. Not even 2 full months ago. Here's Bill Kristol. The Trump administration should be helping the brave people of Iran overthrow a cruel and terror-sponsoring dictatorship rather than threatening democratic ally Denmark. But that would require having an administration that supports American interests and principles. I mean, it's laughable. That sort of shit is laughable. You're fucking assholes. You should be overthrowing the government of Iran. Less than 2 months later, what the fuck are you doing overthrowing the government of Iran? It's a joke. Fuck that guy. 2 months. I can understand if it's like, sure, I said that 10 years ago, but my politics have changed. Okay, fair argument. 2 months. And you see this all over the place. Oh, Herrera losing? We really are cheering for Paxton. So from an hour ago, I got Den Crenshaw losing to Steve Toth or Toth with 31% reporting. But again, you have to remember. Oh, it looks like N Wokeness is claiming that Crenshaw has lost. This is from 9:33, so this is 20 minutes ago. Crenshaw has lost to Steve Toth in the primary in double digits in a major upset. I mean, that's great news, if that's true. That's amazing news. By the way, it's bad news for the support of Trump with the attack of Iran, because I think Crenshaw would be sort of the poster child for a Republican that would like this attack on Iran. The big thing against him is he's a neocon, right? So if he lost in an upset by double digits, maybe a good sign that, at least in Texas, the voting public ain't really down with the Tom Tillis wasn't running again, but it looks like Michael Wheatley, the guy Trump supported, is winning there. Now, the pushback on Crenshaw, though, is Trump did not endorse Crenshaw. So, read into that what you will. It looks like Paxton versus Cornyn, neither got 50%. So there's going to be a runoff election. Now, in that election, if I'm not mistaken, Paxton, who's based and great, who was attacked by the Republican establishment and Democrats, and they tried to hold him back with lawfare, he spent about $4 million, and the Republicans spent about $100 million or more trying to prop up Cornyn. So the runoff election for that will be in May. It looks like Jasmine Crockett is going to lose to that Tellerico guy. Here's her comments from tonight, I believe.
Allred has already stated, we encourage each and every one of you to remain resilient. We cannot allow this type of behavior to be rewarded, because so long as they know that they can win, even if it means cheating, then they will continue to do it. So I am asking you, I am begging you to make sure that you go ahead and figure out where it is that you are supposed to vote. Stand in line, wait in line. Already.
So it seems she's implying there are shenanigans. I mean, I don't know, but I thought you weren't allowed to do that. Trying to look at more results. We're looking for Herrera, right? I don't think he was favored to win. As of 18 minutes ago, with 46% of the vote in, Tony Gonzalez, the incumbent, had 45.5% of the vote, and Brendan Herrera had 39.5%. still have to vote. And again, it weirdly, where are the outstanding votes still left? I don't know. Now, I do believe that the rule would be that there would have to be a runoff election, though. That's actually not bad news. Because what's happening is there's 4 people, or 3 or 4 running. I think 4 running. So here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. This is from like 15 minutes ago. So you got the Republican candidates, Francisco Canseco, Keith Barton, Brandon Herrera, and Tony Gonzalez. If no one gets 50%, then the top 2 have a runoff. So that would mean even if Herrera loses tonight, he would have a runoff. So it'll have to be it'll have to be something that they put effort in to hopefully winning in the future here. Just looking, a couple other. All right. Other things to talk about. I think that people it's interesting, the people I've seen that sort of most exemplify my position on the Iran strike are Matt Walsh, Mike Cernovich, and Jesse Kelly. I'm sure there's others, but those are the people that have been dominating my X feed today that I agree with. So I think this clip from Cernovich is basically like, yeah, dude, pass the SAVE Act. Like, ridiculous. Pass it. Like, okay, whatever. If you could pass the SAVE Act, maybe we could salvage some shit. We have to focus. Matt Walsh is Andrew Wilson's cousin? Really? So here's Matt Walsh. This is 5 minutes. I don't know if we'll listen to the whole thing, but I thought it was pretty good.
The mission of George Soros and his prosecutors is to spring barbarians loose so that Americans are slaughtered. It happened to Irina Zarutska. It happened to Stephanie Minter. It happened to the victims of the mass shooting in Austin, a 30-year-old man, a 19-year-old man, a 21-year-old woman. And it will continue to happen, whether or not we achieve our objectives in Iran, objectives that to this day still have not been fully articulated. As it stands, this is the status quo you're expected to accept. That we can terminate the supreme leader of Iran, despite all of his security and paranoia and power, but we can't deport Somali fraudsters in Minneapolis. We can't denaturalize scammers and grifters who openly declare for the world to see that they despise the United States and seek to destroy it. We can't get gangster thugs and illegal aliens like Kilmar Abrego Garcia out of the country without 10 different female judges, all of them with foreign last names, issuing an immediate nationwide injunction. We can't imprison the insurance executives who are ripping off Medicaid by sending massive payouts to fake autism treatment clinics and leering centers while keeping a cut for themselves, of course. None of that is possible, apparently. So we can eliminate a threat thousands of miles away, a threat that's supposedly urgent, but we can't do anything about the clear and obvious threats that are living in this country right now. Apparently, all it takes is some low testosterone schizophrenic weirdo fighting with Border Patrol while armed with a handgun, along with an unemployed lesbian extremist driving an SUV directly at a federal agent, to completely derail immigration enforcement within our borders.
Yep.
Now, for the past several months, I've been told continuously that we can't actually do mass deportations, much less mass denaturalizations, because it's impractical, expensive, politically unpopular, risky. deporting illegal immigrants who haven't committed additional crimes, who have no criminal record aside from being here illegally, is especially fraught. I'm told, we're all told. That was the argument we heard when Los Angeles burned and Trump had to send in the National Guard. It was the argument we heard when ICE was forced to flee Minneapolis. Maybe there's some truth to it. You know, maybe mass deportations and mass denaturalizations are impractical, expensive, politically unpopular, risky. I can't say for sure that a deportation operation targeting all illegal aliens, again, not just the criminal, not just the additional criminals, but all of them, I can't say that such an operation at the kind of scale we would need wouldn't result in massive backlash from the electorate. I think those fears are overblown, but maybe they aren't. Well, Mr. President, the war in Iran is also impractical, expensive, politically unpopular, and risky, even if it all works out. Even if in the end it was the right move. It still is all of those things. That in and of itself doesn't mean it's wrong. And I acknowledge that it's your call to make in the end. You're the commander in chief after all. But if we're going to do something drastic and explosive and unpopular thousands of miles from home, why not do it here too? That's the question that the base is asking. If we're going to give a major prize to the donors and pundit class, people who have tried to undermine you every step of the way, people who oppose your domestic agenda, people who many of them want you to be impeached and imprisoned, if we're going to reward them, then will we also reward your America First base? Will you bring back the Muslim ban, restart workplace raids, suspend the legal immigration system, strip citizenship from paper Americans who use the word they when they describe our country, strip citizenship from Americans who can't even speak English and don't respect our laws, finish the big, beautiful border wall? You can capture Maduro and kill the Ayatollah, both impressive feats, even if I'm skeptical of the objectives and downstream effects related to the latter. But if you could do all that, then I would ask you, we ask you, will you finish the thing you set out to achieve? Will you make America, America great again?
And that's exactly, now, I agree with a lot of what Walsh was saying there. I go further. Why wouldn't Trump use this as a bargaining chip with those very people? Okay, neocons, rhinos, this is what you want? Fine. We're willing to do this. We agree with you. This is an action that probably will be better for the world, taking out the Ayatollah. Sure. However, we ain't going to do it until you give us some of this domestic agenda. Why wouldn't Trump do that? Why just give it to them? And then come groveling back to them. Now, can you give us the SAVE Act? No. Now, can you give us enshrining like some of the border security? No. And Forcigo says, let's see. I saw this. I wanted to respond to this. I want Trump to cross the Rubicon as much as the next guy, but to blame him for separation of powers as well. But it's not just that, is it? I'm not saying that Trump should say, oh, the courts say you can't do this, don't do it. I'm saying get creative. Then find other ways to do it. Force it to go back to the courts. The things that you're allowed to do them as extreme as possible. You're allowed to deport illegals. When people riot in Minnesota, you send 3 times more people. He could have declared the Insurrection Act. Why not? You're allowed to weaponize your FBI to make an example of the left-wing extremists on the ground. You could do that. That's not separation of powers. And then beyond that, you're allowed to use your political capital to put pressure on these specific legislators that you want to enact your domestic agenda. You're allowed to do that. He does it with Thomas Massie. Why not with Lindsey Graham? Why not with John Thune? And the other people that are holding up things like the SAVE Act. This isn't violation of separation of powers. A nation that could fuck up 40% of the global oil transportation, who has declared death to America for 50 years just fine. Let's think of America. Dude, what? Nah, you're right, man. In fact, you know what we should do? No SAVE Act. Scrap that, man. Scrap the SAVE Act, right? Fuck it. Stop all deportations. Fuck it. More important thing is, are there any other people around the world that have chanted death to America that we think's hostile? Let's put all of our political capital there. You know. Makes sense. Man, Pakistan's been bad. North Korea, China. Hey, fuck it, man. World War III, let's do it. Right? Why not? And before you say, that's being hyperbolic, that's not what I'm saying. I'm also not saying what you're claiming I'm saying. He did have political capital. That's why we're attacking Iran. That's why he could have said to the people that are holding up the SAVE Act that are Republicans that like the attack in Iran, we're not going to do that until you give us the SAVE Act. He could have done that. That's political capital. Now, I understand not everyone watches the whole show. I get that. People come and go. There are arguments on the specifics. How much did Iran fund terrorism? How much are they trying to get a nuclear weapon? How much did they get involved in assassination attempts of Trump? People are going to disagree in the evidence. My feeling is I try my best to sift through it, but it's hard to know what to believe. It's very hard. So what I try to do is, I'm like, okay, this episode today, to those of you that support this attack, can I give you reasons that might make you question it? One, does it seem like there's now going to and has been a hyper focus on foreign policy issues as opposed to domestic issues? Second, wouldn't you have preferred that Trump use this as a bargaining chip to the very right wingers in his own party that are holding up his domestic agenda that have wanted war with Iran for like 20 years? Couldn't he have used this as a negotiating chip? And I'll be honest, I haven't heard anyone make any response to that whatsoever. And no, maybe it's because they haven't heard, or maybe it's because, most of what I just hear is like, but Iran's bad. What am I missing here? Iran's bad. Clearly, this was awesome. The evidence shows that this is clearly awesome. Well, yes, there's been political pushback. The entire Democrat argument is that it's illegal, that he couldn't do it, that he had to try to go through Congress to declare war. And it doesn't matter even if it costs very little political, like, I don't know if you understand the concept of political capital. It's not just effort that he has to put in convincing actual elected officials. It's also time and energy he has to put on focusing on this issue, on selling it to the American people, which is time and focus he isn't doing selling things like the SAVE Act to the American people or mass deportations to the American people. We'll see. If this drags on and it ends up in boots on the ground, all of a sudden the fucking people that were like, greatest thing since sliced bread, no political capital, super popular. What are you going to say? If all of a sudden it ends up like the Iraq War. The people are stupid. It should be popular. You can't ignore recent history that the American people, particularly conservatives, are fucking tired of these wars. They're tired. They're tired of it. They don't want another Afghanistan. They don't want another Syria. They don't want another Libya. They don't want another Iraq. They don't want it. They voted for a guy who bragged, rightfully so. I was the first president in forever that didn't declare a war. Things were remarkably peaceful while I was president in his first term. Yeah, that sounds good. Great. Even if this is justified, even if I accept it, you can understand why so many people, particularly the conservatives in the sort of populist branch, are like, I'm skeptical of this. Then when you factor that in with, and the bare minimum shit that we were promised back home, we ain't getting. Where's the SAVE Act? It will affect my daily life if people I know get sent in a war. I could initially said the same thing about the Afghanistan conflict. How does this affect my daily life? It doesn't. Then we were there for 20 years. Again, what I'm saying is I get it. Not everyone's a salesman for the political party. It's perfectly reasonable just be like, fuck it, this is what I like, and that's it. But if I was someone that was like, I like that Trump did this, I'm all for it. Right? I'm all for it. I think this is great. Iran, long time coming. Fuck them. Terrible country. Horrible. This needed to happen. I applaud Trump for being brave enough to do it. If I'm that person, I would also be like, I want Trump and his party to keep winning. I think this is good. I want more policies like this that I like. So when I saw people being like, oh man, no, this is terrible, I'd be like, hey, I get how you'd feel that way. Here's why I think it's a good thing. Here's what I wouldn't just be like, you're an idiot. This is right. This is the right thing to do. This is stupid. I hope that Trump's team doesn't play it that way. I hope they don't. They did it with the Epstein files, and it was fucking stupid. I like that it gives piece of shit lefties like this guy. By the way, this is a piece of shit lefty. This is a guy that probably celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. But he's gonna wear a right winger's. Oh, poor Charlie Kirk! Israel killed him, and it's because Trump's a puppet of Israel. Don't vote Trump. Just vote randomly. AOC, Gavin Newsom. That's how we fight back against evil Israelis that killed our hero Charlie Kirk. Fuck that guy. I believe you're missing out on the Candace Owens show, so you head over there. Cutting off trade with Spain, interesting. Yeah, because allegedly they wouldn't leave us use the base. I don't know. I'm sure it's more bluster. We'll see what happens, though. Yeah, and a lot can happen. That's right. If this winds down, if we never see boots on the ground and the last bombs drop a month from now, it's a long time from the midterms. And what's it going to come down to? The economy. And here's the thing. Right? The news cycle's so fast. 2 weeks ago, on this very day, on a Tuesday, I believe, 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court overruled Trump's tariffs. And it was like, oh shit, that's going to be the big story. It's almost irrelevant today. And 2 weeks ago, when that court case came out, that was it, man. Wow. This is the biggest story so far of the second year of Trump. And now it's irrelevant. Venezuela? Anybody give a shit at this point? I mean, there are people that say, the Venezuela, that dislike the Iran attack, that point to the Venezuela attack as sort of a trend. But on its own, no one gives a shit. It's going to come down to issues like the economy. That's what it's going to come down to. The economy's zooming along and we're not in a big major ground war. Republicans will do pretty good. Now, it's funny because, I too thought the Republicans, I think that the trend of history shows that second term president that controls the House and the Senate, that the House and the Senate does pretty poorly for his party. For reasons, and so I think in order to buck that trend, it can't just be like, kind of Trump, kind of not. Like, it has to be, Trump's doing a pretty good job, particularly on the economy. If they could achieve that, I think they could reverse those historical trends. If not, then they'd probably lose somewhat. And the polling's been showing things have been very poor for Trump. But not really, depending on what you're looking at. Some of the polls are just like, Trump's super underwater. Most of the average of polls show that Trump's better at this point in his presidency than Obama was in his second term. And then I think it was a Harris poll that just came out that said generic ballot for the midterms right now, 50% Republican, 50% Democrat. Now, given the electoral map coming up for who's up for the Senate and the way that the House works, an even number on a generic ballot favors Republicans. Yeah, the polls are nonsense. But what I'm saying is, there's just this doomer belief like, that's it, the Republicans are over. Might as well roll the dice, attack Iran, let's see what happens. I don't think that. Oh, here we go. Let's see it detect. Andrew Wilson did a few debates about Zionist cause, but all he does is cheerleading. He's done for Zionist causes. I don't care if he personally believes in Zionism. He's on their side. We get it, bro. Dude, you guys aren't going to believe this, right? It's fucking crazy. You ready for this? Ordered a pizza today. I think the woman I was talking to, I was waiting for my pizza, may have been Jewish. I know. Terrible. Terrible, right? Crazy. Oh, look at there. The great Wade bugs coming in. Terrible, right? Can never criticize the Jews too much. Even if you're debating about not liking Zionism. We know you're secretly a Zionist, Andrew Wilson. You're on their side. So old, so tiresome. Yeah, she told me not to give ham and gave me a bagel. I was like, huh? Can I make a Jewish song? Or is that a no? I'm not going to tempt fate. What's wrong with Jewish music? I only know one. What is it? Haga Negela, is that what it's called? Hava Natila. That's the only one I know. And to be honest, I prefer Zorba the Greek when it comes to wedding songs like that I've heard. Zorba the Greek's a fantastic song. I had a friend that his restroom song was Zorba the Greek. He'd always play that if he had to go to the bathroom. Oh, the Hanukkah song, the Adam Sandler Hanukkah song, yeah. I guess that one too, I know. All right, more super chats to read. Hope Ponder, thanks so much. This is great show, Rob. Thank you. Devin Griff gives 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And then Crazy gives 5. 10 for Devin Griff and 5 for the Crazy. Thank you to both of you. Really appreciate it. Double thank you to Devin, who doubled your. I'm just kidding. Thank you. Left-handed Assassin, $5. Thank you so much. Naughty Germ is always $5. Thank you, man. Always appreciate it. Hellstorm again says Steelers, fan. Go Pats. Go Sports Ball. Fucking Patriots. So good for so many years, and then they have like 2 down seasons and they're back. Ugh. Gavin Freenan, $5 says, seems as though we're now going into Ecuador. He said, oh, really? Hellstorm, $5 says, the name is Cran Denshaw because he always changes his forward positions after being elected. Hellstorm, $10 says, wait, Boggs, I summon you to fulfill your oath and give us 357 whip goal. John Rock, $2 says, happy birthday to me. Well, happy birthday. I know you don't need the wishes, but we wish you well anyways. Happy birthday, man. Wade Boggs, absolute legend, $100. As our chat was looking a little light in whip songs. It's like the Sour Patch Kids commercial. It's sweet and sour. It's nice to get the dono from Wade. He's the best, but I know what it means. I'm going to have to suffer through some song later tonight. Hellstorm, $5 says, I have 2 jobs, drinking beer while shitposting and summoning Wade Boggs. Yeah, that's good shit. Mm-hmm. Kiss was Jewish. I don't think there's any, like, look. To answer the question, if I had to pick to support Judaism or Islam, which one I'd pick? It's not even close. I'd pick Judaism. Period. I mean, who was I watching yesterday that was like, oh, it was Tucker. It seemed to be he was making this argument. Israel's so insidious that they knew that based on attacking Iran, that Iran would have no choice but to attack places like Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the Emirates. And so instead of blaming like a radical Muslim regime for attacking these countries, once more it's, do they have no agency? Do Muslims have no agency? It's always because the more intelligent Zionists have goaded the Muslims into being uncontrollable and attacking people. Yeah, I could probably fit in with the Muslims, yeah. Jews are better at comedy. I don't know, man. When Andrew debated that Pikachu guy, and he had his little PowerPoint slide with Andrew with the blue hair, and like, it was pretty funny. Pick Islam because at least they respect and believe in Jesus as a respected prophet. They believe he's a liar, though, right? That he wasn't the son of Christ. That seems blasphemous. That's sort of the core position, right, of who Jesus was. If I realize who made ISIS and all those terror groups, your worldview would change. U.S. military-industrial complex? Why did the U.S. help ISIS? Why did we help al-Nusra and al-Qaeda, which were allegedly Christian leaders that did this? So I guess I have to dislike the Christians as well? What else did I have? Now, to make some of the claims on the opposite end of what I was saying tonight, just to be fair, here's Steve Witkoff. So I said yesterday when Rubio was outlining the case, he didn't really mention their nuclear program. Here's Steve Witkoff today.
percent material, Sean, can be brought to 90%. That's weapons grade, in roughly 1 week, maybe 10 days at the outside. The 20% can be brought to weapons grade inside of 3 to 4 weeks. And let me say this, because I forgot this small little detail. In that first meeting, both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly, with no shame, that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60%, and they're aware that that could make 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiating stance. So they were proud of it. They were proud that they had evaded all sorts of oversight protocols to get to a place where they could deliver 11 nuclear bombs.
Now, if that's true, that looks pretty bad for Iran, right? If that's true. Now, they might say, well, there was no restrictions against us doing that, and we're just being honest with you with what we've already done, but we're willing to pull back. But if the argument's like, look, you knew that we were trying to stop you from doing this the whole while, and they're bragging, we'll be able to get 11 nuclear bombs, perhaps you could understand then, when they're holding up negotiations, why a Trump administration would be like, yeah, no. We think you... Is that true? I don't know. That could be an outright lie. I have no reason to believe that it's true that they said that right now, and so I don't operate as if it was. But if it was, I guess that could change the calculus. Why are these conversations never recorded, right? No one thought to be like, we're going to sit down at the table and we're going to actually record for both sides. Wouldn't you, for posterity on either side, be able to say, this is exactly what was said? So I'm always suspicious when I hear shit like this. So, what else did I have to look at here? I'm not going to cover much of it, but I did see a lot of the footage of Hillary and Bill Clinton being asked questions in connection with the Epstein probe. And there was one particular question. Now, I didn't follow the lore of this that much, I have to be honest. I hope this doesn't get me in trouble with terms of service. YouTube, if you're listening, I mean nothing about any of this. Does the word frazzle drip mean anything to you all? Now, I remember reading about this at the time, but honestly, I didn't go too much into it, right? And the idea is, if someone's going to know more about this than me, I believe it had to do with this. The implication is basically that they cut a child's face off and then wore it as skin, I believe. And that in Anthony Weiner's emails, they're using this as sort of code for that. That frazzle drip had to do with this specific action. So there was a big, there were all these, that they were, drinking the blood of children and they were doing this kind of shit. Right? So Hillary's asked about this. So I can play you her response.
Are you aware of any files that were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled frazzled.
I'd like the chairman's
This is way
I'd like
outside
the
the
chairman's
scope.
ruling.
This
Is
is
this
way
within the
outside the
scope?
scope.
This-
Is this within the scope, Mr. Chairman?
If the chairman rules that it's not within the scope, I
Mr.
have
Chairman,
other
based on
questions.
what you said in the public hearing, is this within the scope?
We can go off the record for a moment. to
Mr.
confirm
Chairman, is this
we'll
within the scope?
go off
We'll go off the record and can talk.
So then they go off the record. Now, two things that I heard, right? One, there are people that are like claiming on social media to be like facial, lying experts. And they're like, the fact she did this was mimicking, she was reliving the moment. See, she touched her face subconsciously. Maybe, I don't know shit about that. And then the fact that she laughed and shit and objected so much. All right, let me defend Hillary here a little. Here's a weird fucking place to be in. Maybe. Or maybe it was her lawyers that were speaking up, objecting so much, and her laughing's like, are you fucking kidding me? Now you're asking me about Anthony Weiner's laptop? This is a fucking joke. You brought me in here because you wanted to talk about Epstein. Now all of a sudden we're talking about fucking Pizzagate shit with Anthony Weiner and his laptop. That's it? I don't think that's an unreasonable interpretation. I'm not saying that's exact. I don't know. Maybe Hillary did this shit and she's laughing because she's guilty and that's why she wants her lawyer to speak up so much. But I don't see this as proof. I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, Wiener. I'm officially blackpilled. So that's, yes, right. I already talked enough shit on the war in Iran to piss the Jewish folks off at me today. I don't want to piss Hillary off the same night. My goodness. There's a recipe for being targeted, right? Here's more of Hillary's footage, if you're interested.
I have
There
another.
are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm
can
done
occur?
with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's
So I would like
sake.
to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was,
It doesn't
Excuse
matter.
me.
We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So I would
well,
like to take a break at this moment.
yeah,
and I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
Go off the record. Go off the record.
Again! I hate to defend Hillary here. But it seems to what happened here was this. Hillary's team's like, fine, let's do a public hearing. And it's like, no, we should do it not public. And then as they're sitting there in the hearing, this is what it sounded like to me, that the lawyer's like on her phone on social media. It's like, here's a picture of us right here in what's supposed to be this non-public meeting. And someone's taking photos and putting them on social media. And Hillary's like, yeah, fuck that. I wanted to do this shit publicly. But if you want to do it in private and then in real time release pictures of me and shit publicly to smear me, fuck you. Or, Gigi's right, you leave, you lose. True. So I get it, Then Bill Clinton was also there and footage just came out. And yeah, he's weird. He's really looking at one of the pictures of the women. That makes you feel comfortable. Good work, Bill. It's like his lawyer's like, yeah, fucking paper. What are you doing? What are you doing, Bill? Don't do it. Bill, no. Let me just take this picture back. I'll take this picture back and get myself a cigar. I got to go to the restroom real quick. Let me take this picture. Bill, no. Don't do it. What are you doing? This really brings back memories. Ah, shit. Yeah, Bill ain't looking so good, man. Well, death comes from us all. Make yourself right? Don't be an evil piece of shit in your life. He's getting some of that NAFTA. That's good. I was going to cover this story. Maybe we'll cover, if we were doing the extravaganza, I was going to cover this. In Canada, you were 3 times more likely to die by assisted MAID, the assisted self-ending of your life. 3 times more likely than an American is to die by a gunshot. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, I think he's close to 90, yeah. Apparently, Canada euthanized 7,644 dogs last year and 6,425 people. So Canada officially euthanizes 2 times more people than dogs. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. While we're on the subject here, I mean, I can't even believe it's so fucking insane in Canada right now.
Amir Farsood has applied for medically assisted dying, known as MAID. He lives in constant agony due to a back injury, but has started the process for end of life because his rooming house is up for sale and he can't find anywhere else to live that he can afford. He barely survives on Ontario disability support payments, which are just over $1,200 a month. He doesn't want to die, but being homeless is not an option.
I know in my present health condition I wouldn't survive it anyway.
Farsood meets the criteria for MAID, physical suffering due to disability that cannot be relieved. His doctor, who knows Farsood's real reason for MAID is his fear of being homeless, signed off on the application in August. Farsood needs a second to do the same. There's a 90-day waiting period. He believes he could potentially access MAID in about a month.
I don't wish to be dead, even with the pain, even with the meds. I still want to be here.
So the doctor knows, yeah, it's not that the pain's so unbearable that I want to die. It's that I'm afraid I won't be able to afford my apartment. And the doctor's like, okay, we just got to get another doctor to sign the paper. You're good to go, man. That's fucking brutal. That's so depressing. It's, man, what a. By the grace of God, I never find myself in that position. Family or whatever that'll take care of me. But man, brutal. How people defend this, I don't even know. But hey, yay, Canadian healthcare system, right? And then, speaking of insane expenditures, I mean, the great Adam Carolla. Now, I don't know if you knew this, but I was actually working with, I think it's Adam Carolla's wife, if not girlfriend, at Word War. I actually worked with her. I told her I was a big fan of Adam. Listen to this story. Now, we hear Democrats all the time wanted to comment about sex abuse scandal in the Catholic Church. Heinous, worth talking about, of course. Surprisingly quiet on what happens at our public schools.
There was this big thing with the LAUSD school board where there's like $1 billion. They're constantly being sued because they have these pedophile teachers and they can't get rid of them because the union, the school board union, the teachers union is so powerful that they literally can't fire horrible teachers and ones that get caught in pedophilia. So they take them and they shift them to the shitty neighborhoods where the people don't complain, like speak Spanish mostly, and their kids, mom and dad work all day. They literally take the shit teachers and they ship them off to where the poor people
the Catholic Church used to send bad priests to Arizona.
Right. And then they continue, except for now with people that can't lawyer up sort of situation. But and I'll play you the clip, the news clip, and then I'll tell you my solution.
Okay.
The LA Unified School Board is borrowing another $250 million in bonds to settle claims of sexual misconduct. These latest bonds are in addition to the $500 million authorized less than a year ago. This is according to the LA Times. The extra money is needed because of a bill that extended the statute of limitations for filing civil lawsuits regarding childhood sexual abuse. The total cost, including financing, is expected to exceed $1 billion. The money will be paid out of the district's general fund over the next decade or so.
By the way, I love that notion that we just got to raise taxes so we can cover all these expenses. Like, how about we reel it in a little with the molestation and the lawsuits and the, bullet train to nowhere and the fraud and the daycares and all of that. How about we tighten our belt a little bit instead of asking everyone for fucking more money every 10 seconds?
So it was a great point. It's like, hey, everyone, maybe can we cut back on the molestation of children by our teeth? No. Oh, well, we're going to have to borrow another $250 million. I mean, it's gross. It's not funny, but there's like a gallows sense of humor about this. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? $1 billion to pay out settlements of abuse from California teachers to students in public schools. $1 billion over a decade. Where's the outrage? And you're forced to pay for it. You're tax dollars if you live in you don't get to be like, no. What the fuck? No. You have to pay for it. It's surreal. A little gratuitous here, but this was I saw this little clip on X of Andrew during one of his TikTok invasions. I'll just leave the clip speak for itself.
People decided that along the lines of the 1900s that they could never get away with the stats and they would always look bad. So what they decided to do was to make this magical thing called per capita and go, oh, well, well, 2 plus 6 equals 18. What? People decided that along the lines of
Now, I don't know how you have a conversation with someone who's legitimately... I mean, there's only two possibilities there. This is someone who's so incredibly bad faith, I don't know how you could have a conversation. Or it's someone who's so stupid. then I don't know how you could have a conversation. And what gets me about the whole per capita thing is intuitively, the same black people that bitch about it totally understand it. So, for example, if I said more white people are shot by police a year than blacks, right out of the gate, they'll be like, well, that's because there's more white people. Right. Yes. Now, actually, though, the story's more complicated than that even. Because according to a black Harvard professor that did this study back in like 2018, who claimed he was shocked by the results, turns out an unarmed white person was more likely per capita to be shot by police officers than an unarmed black. So both with the raw numbers and per capita, it could be whites. So any negative outcome, they'll understand per capita. Yeah, absolutely. If you control for hostility, yeah. So, I mean, I know that there's a misunderstanding of per capita from a lot of people, but to hear someone say it was an invention of white people to make 6 + 2 = 18. What are you talking about? Brutal. Brutal. I haven't talked about it yet. I'll save it. I'll save the topic. I really do want to talk about the NAACP awards. And oh my god. We'll save it for another night. It's just surreal. Jesse Jackson did die. Isn't that crazy though? Jesse Jackson died. Is it just me or did it not get the fanfare that you would have expected like 8 years ago? Am I wrong? It sort of was like, oh, Jesse Jackson died. And then I saw like one thing covering his funeral or whatever. But it feels like 10 years ago, it would have been like, oh my goodness, it would have been a big thing. It just seemed like, I mean, granted, I don't have cable, so I wasn't watching a lot of TV, but I didn't really hear anything. It wasn't big on social media. You don't know who Jesse Jackson is? He's a alleged civil rights icon of the black community. Yeah, trans people, Hispanics, Iranians, right? Told black people this for years. I was like, look, they don't give a fuck about you. Al Sharpton light, literally. Jesse Jackson sucks, yeah. Yeah, Brandon's still behind Gonzalez, but again, like I said, if either doesn't get to 50%, then they'll have to do a runoff between the two. Yeah, Jesse Jackson did run for president as well, yeah. He didn't do so well. More super chats. Devin Grip, thank you so much for the 10 memberships. Really appreciate it. Hellstorm, $5. Says, how many people in chat are old enough to know Bill Clinton and cigars have to do with each other? God, I'm old. Yeah, I just said that assuming everyone knows. If you don't know, look it up. I'm not going to tell you. But yeah, us older folks remember that saga. Devin Griff, member for 8 months, says, what are we doing? Subsidizing, protecting evil. Yep. Hot Snuckles, $5 says, all teacher settlements and cop settlements should be paid out of the pension funds from the respective union. Totally agree. Should not be up to the general taxpayer. Vita, $2 says, no one gives a fuck about Ukraine anymore. Rob Stradamus was right. Of course. It's not even a blip on the... one of the easiest predictions in the world. Laddie over on Rumble says, Rob, can you get back to the topic 2 hours ago? I had to step away and talk to your handler and missed a little. My handler sounds like a real jerk. We are old that there are people that don't know Jesse Jackson, yeah? It's weird, right? Yeah, James Vanderbeek died. Did he die? Yeah, I think he died. It sucks. I don't have anything to say about him, really, other than I saw him in some TV shows. Jay says he can fix Jasmine Crockett. Nice. Yeah, Jackson was always overshadowed, quite literally, by Al Sharpton. I've watched Rush Limbaugh live on TV. Yeah. Dan Vicious, $2 is Frazzle Trip. Now, before I move on, tomorrow at 8 p.m., it's going to be an early show again tomorrow, 8 p.m. It'll be a non-political show for the first hour. Then we'll jump right into the politics. But the first hour of the show, I will actually be talking to another YouTuber. A man by the name of Busby the Grim. And it's totally just fan bullshit by me. It's a channel that I really like. It's not a huge channel. He's got 8.7 thousand subscribers. I like him. He does a lot of videos that just covers and explains different horror anthologies. So here you see he's covering Tales from the Crypt, the original show, episodes of them. And he does like Tales from the Dark Side. And he covered the movie Trick or Treat, The Thing. And he also, I think, does a lot of playing games. Does streaming like that. Oh, man, I haven't watched as much as those. But I think it'll be interesting. We're not going to talk politics. It's just going to be talking about, how he got into streaming this sort of stuff. And, not horror anthologies. Yeah. Thing's a great movie, yeah. So we'll talk about some of our favorite horror anthology stuff. I told him we'd go about an hour, but if he has to leave before then, it'll be fine. But he doesn't really do podcast stuff. He said this will be his first one, so I'm excited. I remember Paul Harvey, yeah. So a lot of people might not be interested. Do I watch Cody Leach? No. But it's something I like. It's a channel I watch a lot. I look forward to when he puts out new videos. And I'm like, oh. So I hope that I could convince some of you. In fact, if you want, you could go subscribe and check out some of his stuff tonight. And then tomorrow you'll be like, oh yeah, I saw that guy. Yeah. But I really hope that we could get the guy 100 subs or something. I think that'd be great. I think he's a good guy. I like his content. I hope he's doing really well. So I think it'll be fun to talk to him. In my opinion. I hope you all agree. Yeah, my next no prep debate, we shall see. Thanks to Matt. I appreciate it. There you go. Yeah, thanks for subbing to him. Good guy. He has a Patreon and stuff like that, too. I'm sure he'll talk about that tomorrow, but, yeah. I think he has a good voice for it, too. Sometimes, I like that shit. I like watching, what I watched the other day when I was waiting in an airport for 3 hours? I watched some dude cover the entire story of Dragon Ball Z. It's okay. But some people that do that, some of their voices, I'm like, like, I don't know if I'd want to listen to me do that because I think I have an annoying voice. You know? But I think he has a good voice. If you're covering horror, he's got a deeper voice, which I think's good. You know? Yeah, the last guy debated was pretty bad. Elves with Grizzly Adams. I don't know that one. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's good. He's good. I want to start doing occasional non-political content, just channels I like. I'd love to get my favorite chess streamer is Ginger GM. I think he's a lefty, so he'd probably never come on my show. But I'm a big Ginger GM fan. This is his channel. He's good stuff. He put a new video out. You can see him like into the first game. But I really like his channel as well. And I think he deserves a lot of success. But he just plays chess and talks about chess, talks about his life as like sort of a vagabond. What's up, Geoverse? How you doing, man? Jay! $5 says, ain't got that Wade Boggs money, but take it anyways. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I mean, Wade was a Hall of Fame baseball player, so. Dan Vicious, covert feminist, Rob vs. Sixto. I don't know who that is, but sure. Next call-in show. The call-in shows got difficult because of the trolls. And it was difficult to manage, so some of the like feuds that I had with people that resulted in trolls coming over started to build up to the point where it was like very difficult to handle in the back end. So I don't know. TikTok Siege, me and Andrew were supposed to do one Sunday and then he got busy. So I'll have to keep on top of that. Oh, all right. It's that time of the night where everyone leaves.
Whip time, Rob?
Yeah,
Whip
play
time?
one of these terrible songs. One of these terrible songs.
Did you have a good night, Rob?
Yeah. It's always nice to yell at my audience. They love it.
I don't know if you saw me. I was sitting here finagling. We're doing the liquid part of the computer, so we'll talk more tonight because I got some stuff to bring you.
Well, okay, yeah.
Not bad news by any means.
Yeah. Right, stupid
Just what
song.
I want your preferences, Rob.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
You're not going anywhere, pal.
There's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all
Of course
day.
I'm alive. I've been in the back busy, everyone. Rob can tell you, I've been back there.
There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Nice. Here we have.
You lost. I lost $50 because of you today, Rob.
What you do?
I bet my wife. that she goes, I bet you $50 Rob will bring up the Hillary this exact clip, and guess what clip he brought?
She knows.
My wife's picking you up already. She's like,
Yeah.
I'm getting what Rob's gonna put down today.
Yeah, she knows. Almost didn't get to it. We were just yelling about Iran the whole time. Here. This is funny. Jasmine Crockett loses.
You rated Confluence's channel on day 2 of my troll, so that was fun. So yeah, I was running a complete troll rhetoric that I learned from Corinth, and everyone was just spurging all over the place. It was fantastic.
All right, here's the clip I wanted to show here. This is Jasmine Crockett. Basically, she's out now. She knows it.
So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too. Thank you so very much for being here.
I've never.
I love you down, Dallas.
The cope is real in this one.
Yeah, it's she's losing a Democrat primary. It's because Republicans intentionally sabotaged Dallas because there were black people there and they're so afraid of Jasmine Crockett, I guess, is the argument. It's ridiculous.
That's
just
crazy claims.
Yeah, I thought we didn't talk about, for election fraud, Democrats, right? Please. Hellstorm $5 says, I would like to highlight a stream with other small commentators you like and good friendly discussions to build us up, not one step back. Yeah, that's the plan. So I'm going to work on more of that. And then Geoverse $10 says, is it the moral ought of our military mobilization to have acted on Iran or to mind our business? As an Army vet, I'm confused as to how Trump didn't just do his job. I mean, go back and watch my past 3 days of video to get my thoughts on it. I probably spent 10, 11 hours talking about it. I think that I don't like this attack initially. However, there are reasons that would justify it. For example, if Trump saw that there was a nuclear weapon that was about to be built that would be used, or if there were assassination attempts on Trump's life, or otherwise huge terror attacks are about to occur in the United States, and there's evidence to suggest that, that would suggest that it would be justified for Trump to do this attack to make sure that those things don't occur. However, I've been told this story before, and I don't know that I believe that that was the case here. It could be the case, but I don't see evidence, and until I see that evidence, which will probably never come, my gut feeling is I'm against this.
Can we I totally missed that. Can you start from the top and speed that up at 10 speed? Oh, no.
That's it. That's probably the 300th time I've said that in the past 3 days. So
I just wanted to see if you're going to go 10x on that.
But that's the gist of it. So, I do not believe we have another whip song left, do we? Someone trying to bullshit me?
I think Achilles is trying to.
Yeah, bullshitter. Untrue. Boo! Boo! Achilles cheating. No, not true. Not true at all. Unbelievable. Yeah, it looks like Crenshaw's out. I think they called it. Now,
did you mention before we go and before we raid, did you mention the shop?
No, robnoerr.shop. Get your merchandise that you like.
Your hats, your shirts,
hats, shirts, hoodies. Sorry, it's clicking someone. Yeah.
Get your Rob Noerr gear today. If you be sure to post your new merch in the Normal America Discord. Jess Gerald has purchased his new Rob Noerr hat and sent me a nice screenshot of that. So
yeah. Geoverse says, rejoice! I officially do not agree with you for the first time ever. Would love to hash it out. Sure. Would love to. Absolutely. Yeah, Crenshaw. I think Crenshaw. That's been called. I think he's out. Yeah. So.
I think Gio first wants to call in there, Rob. No.
It's interesting though, like the people that are losing. Well, like Crockett. Dan Vicious, thanks so much for the $1. Links to a YouTube video.
We're not men. Just get with Rob.
Thank you, man. I'll check it out. Crab dance. I remember that video.
Oh, some other time, Rob. No worries.
Yeah. Whip Song Robert. Yeah, we know who did it. There's a certain nation that told me I'm not allowed to play any more whip songs tonight. So, what can I do? Look at it. I can't go against them. Making sure I didn't miss anything on Rumble. Doesn't look like it. All right. We're going to raid. Who did I put?
I'm going to guess Speakeasy.
I had Cool Vic.
Oh, Cool
But
Vic.
I don't know that he's live now that I look at it. Yeah, he is. Okay, Cool Vic.
He's in a debate, or he's in a discussion with Marte.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so it should be fun.
Fantastic. All right, well, chat, have a good night while he gives close out. It's awesome to be here again. Rob, awesome night.
Thank
Good night,
you.
everybody.
All right. Well, we're only $9 away from 50%. We can probably get there, right? Someone will give $10 or something. Yeah, you guys are the best. Thanks to Avarice. Thanks to my editor, Black Elk. All of my moderators, fantastic guys. Thank you so much. Everyone who donated, really appreciate it. Look, I know it sucks when there's an issue like this that separates sort of, a lot of people on our political side. I get it. But I don't know what to do other than to give my honest opinions. And maybe sometimes I fly off the handle a little. But I feel like if you go back and look, most of the people that I'm like most animated against are being total peckerheads. Fuck you, you're a son. I'm going to type in all caps that you're a fucking moron, that you don't know anything. It's like, I don't know. I feel I'm justified to tell those people, go fuck yourself, right? I think. What good am I if I can't say that? So I don't wish them well, or I don't wish them ill in their personal life. Look at these three. Holy cow. Chop Chop, $10. Thank you. Gully, $10. Thank you. Wade Boggs, $10 says we're at 50. Thank you. And Bertie the dog, $10. We're at 50. Hellstorm, $10 is fine, but I'm going to complain the whole time. Of course. Well, we're only $60 away from seeing that.
Well, we're almost, I was trying to say, we're almost to 60. If we get a couple more $10 there, chat.
Yeah. So, I am reaching out to some people. So, I reached out to Michael Tracy. He said he might come on and talk to me at some point about the Epstein file stuff. I'm going to reach out to Dave Smith. I'd like to talk to him. I want to reach out to someone on the other side. So I'm trying to find someone that's really supportive of this attack so I could talk to them as well. Alcala, $10 says, God bless, brother. God bless you, man. Really appreciate it. So I did not boot Avarice. He took himself down.
Took myself down. I'm in control of myself.
I don't touch anything. I just, but so I am reaching out to people, and of course we're gonna do TikTok sieges. Yeah, if we get to 60%, I'll give a free whip wheel. That's another $50. You get one half price. How about that? What's up, Ken Dog? But yeah, I mean, we're going to get the new, once I get the new computer, I'm going to talk to Avarice about that a little here this evening, though I do have to get to bed. I'll tell you what happened. My front door, the screen door, is totally shitting the bed. I have no idea what happened, but it's falling apart at the bottom. So I think we got a new door, and I'm going to get it put on tomorrow is the plan, or at least go shopping if we didn't get a door that fit. So I have to get up early and try to accomplish that. Oh, shit, look at this. The Cynic, $10. Captain Planet, $10 is for the pain. Thank you both. Chop, $20. Oh, we're 10 away. We'll do it. Don't make Wade give it. Oh, Hellstorm. For the whip for Wade, for Frodo. One step back. I was going to say, don't make poor Wade do it. For gosh. All right, let's see what we got. You rotten bastards. Pretty
Disney,
funny.
Disney, Disney,
No,
Disney.
no, no,
Disney,
no.
Disney, Disney.
Please, no. Oh. Okay.
Dang it.
All right. Here we go. This is a banger. It's a long one, too.
Yeah, we're ending the Rob Noerr show right here. It's like Blade music. Fantastic. Well,
Yeah.
Enjoy your night, Rob.
Thank you. You know, we can cheat now that I think about it. Maybe the new rule will be at a certain point of the night when we announce it that every 0% we get, we'll play another whip song. So if we got to 70%, we'd play one, even if it's individuals just giving $5, $10 donations. So if you give $100, automatic whip song. Other than that, after a certain point of the night, I'd say, okay, that's it. If we get to the even percentages there, like 50, 60, 70, etc. Here's a clip I wanted to play for you. Fetterman, you know, here's his take on the Iran stuff.
Senator, the Trump administration just wrapped up its Iran briefing for all members of Congress. Did they give any information that gives you any pause about supporting this war?
No, nothing that I've heard. I mean, I think overall, I think the dynamic really is the same. And now, ever since, especially after 10/7, you know, it's all been, you know, every single senator agreed that we can't ever allow Iran to acquire a nuclear bomb. And now here we've had what's happened. Now it seems now this has made it virtually impossible to do that at this point. And that's also severely damaged their entire military apparatus. So I'd say that I think overall this has been a big win for global security, especially in the Middle East.
So, I mean, one thing you'd say about Fetterman, even if you despise this action, this attack or whatever, Fetterman has definitely bucked sort of the trend of the Democrats Trump's always bad. And look, it makes sense. Pennsylvania is sort of a purple state, so you're not going to be as virulently anti-Trump as you would be in like a deep blue state. Yeah, I don't mind he mispronounces shit and wears hoodies. That's all good for me. I'm going to try to send Fetterman a Normal America hoodie. See if we get that fucking going. Wouldn't you like to see that? Fetterman just walking around with one of my hoodies, like on Capitol Hill. Pretty badass, huh? Massey Fetterman, there would be zero chance of that. Yeah, he votes Democrat 90-something% of the time. You know? It's just like he's like, I'm not going to call Trump like that Austrian painter, and you know. All right. Well, folks, it looks like we're wrapping up.
Cool Vic is offline. It's down to Mr. Bill and Speakeasy.
That's fine. And we'll raid over to Speakeasy then, no problem. Thank you for telling me. I appreciate that, because it's the worst when you raid someone and then they just went offline. So yeah, I'm gonna try to send Fetterman a Normal America hoodie. I'll bet I can get an interview with Fetterman. I know enough people here in the state. I bet I could do it. We'll see. That's a goal I have. I'll interview John Fetterman. How's that sound? Nice little half-hour interview. I bet I can get that worked out. After all, my name was mentioned on Joe Rogan's show. So, you know, I'm sort of a big deal. I was mentioned. I spend all my time, like, I can't even believe people trying to argue me about this Iran fucking situation. Are you kidding me? My name was mentioned on Joe Rogan. What the fuck do you people know? Yeah, that's what I thought. How about that? By the way, that joke does not fly with my wife. She is so over it. Rob, can you take the trash out? Fuck you. My name was mentioned on Joe Rogan. She's like, I'll kill you. What are you doing? Champion debater. Yeah. Yeah. As mentioned on Joe Rogan. That's really funny. Normal American Show. robnoerr, as mentioned on Joe Rogan. Yes. Very good. All right. We're raiding over to the Great Speakeasy. Tell them I said hi. Thank you to everyone, as I said previously, all of you that donated, especially coming in at the end here. You guys are the best. It was a lot of fun tonight. Apologies for arguing with the audience, but thank you for letting me argue with the audience. Really means a lot. Your support is amazing. It allows me to do this as a career, and I can't thank you enough. So, good stuff coming down the pipe. I hope you will appreciate it. We got debates. We got sieges. Live interviews. Interview tomorrow. So don't forget, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, I'll be interviewing Busby the Grim. We're going to be talking about horror anthologies, horror movies, streaming about horror video games, and maybe I'll ask him about the new Resident Evil. I'd assume that would be up his alley. It looks good. I think the new Resident Evil game looked good. It looked fun. So, all right. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the raid of Speakeasy. We will talk to you all soon. Take a moment to pray for Charlie Kirk, and don't forget what happened to him. Say a prayer. Oh, by the way, it reminds me of one of my favorite Norm Macdonald jokes. It says, the administration's committed to fighting the war on terror. I think a good place to start the war on terror would be the nation's horror houses. It's a good one. Anyways, say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, for his family. And please say a prayer for all of our service people or people that may potentially be in harm's way with the current conflict or if it escalates. So thank you so much, everyone. We'll talk to you all soon. See you at 8 p.m. tomorrow night for that interview. As always, have a
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.